This is my real. Beloved, let us start where we should. And that is to be grateful. And I am most definitely grateful to have the privilege, once again, of hosting you for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment with the naturally delicious Armstrong ice cream. Beloved, it is a critical time when even the best wordsmiths would find themselves at a loss to find the words to articulate our circumstances. Last week at this time, we were asking you to pray for Jamaica. That remains as is because Hurricane Melissa, well, it's a hurricane for the ages, beloved, and whatever any one of us is able to, please do what you can. Jamaica is in desperate need. But then, beloved, is the matter of SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program that we call food stamps. Beloved, I wish I was in possession of the final word that you could take and embrace and throw away your stress, replace it with confidence. But, beloved, I don't have the word. I myself am confused as to what to expect and what you, my beloved audience, should be confident in knowing is going to take place at such and such a time in such and such an amount. I don't know, beloved. We are told that the courts are forcing President Donald Trump to use rainy day fund surplus monies that have been put aside for occasions such like these. The courts are ordering that the executive branch, led by President Trump, should make use of these funds and have them at the disposal of the recipients of SNAP food stamps who are desperately in need. Beloved, I wish I could tell you that this was going to happen tomorrow, but this week. But like you, I've heard a variation as to how this terrible situation is going to be remedied. Beloved, I certainly don't have any confirmed and verified information that I could offer other than that. Yes, me too. I have heard the different ways in which this terrible situation is to be mitigated. As far as the federal government, beloved, all I can say is, like you, I'm keeping hope alive that it will happen, that it will happen soon. Locally, I have pretty much the same hope that it will happen soon. But again, like you, beloved, I have heard, but I cannot tell you if it's going to happen tomorrow, later in the week, next week. Beloved, I'm keeping hope alive. And as to the amount, the only thing that seems to be constant is that it would be by check. Everybody speaks to checks coming from the Brian Roach administration. But again, I, for one, cannot give you a firm date. The best I can say is that it would seem that checks are indeed going to be sent out. It would seem that way. But, beloved, I cannot confirm as to when, and I cannot confirm as to how much. I'm sure that you, like me, have heard different dates, maybe even different amounts, but it is best for us all to keep hope alive and continue to hold on to the hope that it won't be long now. Then, beloved, is a matter of war. Yes, military action by the United States against the country of Venezuela. That is in the southern Caribbean. And things that I have been reading tells me that because Trinidad and Tobago has made it their business to loudly proclaim that they are in full support of the United States government, and it has announced war on drugs. But the result of this announcement by Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Vicesa, the president of Venezuela, Maduro, has time and again, because I keep reading this, and he keeps saying that if the United States and America attacks Venezuela, that Venezuela will in turn attack Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. So, beloved, the circumstances in the Southern Caribbean are dire. And to me, from what I am reading, and let me emphasize again that you very well know I am not up to date current events. I don't have television, don't have no social media, the internet is I'm not aware of this. And so that more often than not, I am behind in current events. But what I am aware of tells me rather distinctly that the United States under President Donald Trump is intent on removing President Maduro's government from power. They call it regime change. Let us hope that this doesn't carry forward and it's not fulfilled. But I am telling you that from what I have been reading, it is eminent, and the Trump administration is fixated on removing the Maduro government, whether under the guise of a war on drugs, it matters not. Because the facts point to military action, and indeed the forcible removal of the Maduro government from power. These things are combined, beloved. It's not good for the collective health of this unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands. We are prone to what we call pressure, high blood pressure, hypertension. And so I have to revert to my duty and say to you that I hope you are in position to lick your cream. Because, again, it's not because it's my obligation to bring it to you, but because it's really for us here. I don't know what remedy to better recommend than Abshal ice cream. When I say it's good for your soul, beloved, it's because that's what it is. Yes, it is naturally delicious. All the flavors that we want, that we are accustomed to, yes. But beloved, beyond that, it goes to your soul. You know that this is inside out cultivation on behalf of the three families, beloved, over a century. Yes, more than 100 years of inside out cultivation that has Cedric Armstrong as the current CEO. And you can't tell me he doesn't do a superb job. He was born in it, trained in it, he knows it inside out. And so, yes, beloved, it falls upon me to tell you if you are able, because the circumstances are what they are. So I got to put it that way. If you are able, beloved, get you as much abstract ice cream as you can and just fill up your freezer. Because I don't see this thing getting better today. Don't want to say it, but beloved, the facts are that this week is going to be extremely challenging for us as a people. And we should consider ourselves fortunate, very, very lucky that we have such a remedy at hand. Hamshan ice cream. Just naturally delicious, beloved. And it just goes to your soul when you live that way. And so I am pleased and very proud to be able to urge you to lick your cream. Because, beloved, things are not about to get better, today or tomorrow. Hopefully soon. Let me, before I get too carried away here, do a little housekeeping. Last last week we announced that we expected Miss Beverly Joseph to be with us this afternoon, but she is under the weather. And in our place, we will be having Mr. Odani Evans on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's Office to will update us about all that we might want to know about Medicare and Medicaid for that matter. So yes, the top of the hour, which is 10 minutes away, we expect to host Mr. Odani Evans. And then, as every Tuesday afternoon at 3:30, yes, beloved, we can, so we should look forward to our Crucian history question at 3:30. Beautiful Aisha will take center stage, and as she instructs me, I will ask a Crucian history question, and for your correct answer, Lady Carl General, beautiful Aisha, will compliment you with a full quart, yes, a full quart of your favorite flavor of Amsterdam ice cream. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. In your estimation, has things gotten better or worse? But not haven't yet reached Rara since last week.
Unfortunately, they've gotten worse.
It has gotten
Unfortunately,
worse.
unfortunately, because November 1st did in fact come, and SNAP, or as we know, food stamps, did not come.
Yep.
So that can be better. Now, since then, it is a matter of how you want to rate the various explanations and commitments and promises. Uh, but I would say from last week, Tuesday to this, it is worse.
I would have to agree. It's some 42 or 47 million people across America that depend on this uh, service of the
Yeah,
government.
and allow a quick interruption, because what I've been reading, and it surprises, is that so many white Americans did not realize that SNAP, the food stamp program, is primarily of benefit to white people. I mean, I said, and I keep reading this, and I said, you mean they really didn't know? But I keep reading this, that, you know, more and more polls and surveys and interviews are showing that, yes, white people did not realize that this program, SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program that we call food stamps, is primarily for white people.
But Mario, I wouldn't use the word funny, but I knew that it's funny. It was big because I said the same thing on another program sometime during the latter part of last week, and people think I was talking foolishness. But I happen to be Johnny on the spot, and I am seeing the lines that are in what you call the food bank line, and of course the majority is white folks.
Yeah.
And some people, I don't know, and it's sad that some would feel that way, whether pro or con, that it's always, what would want to say that it's black people alone that depends and pulls down, but it's not. And, I mean, these swelling lines, Mario, if you see lines to a food bank, I mean, hungry people starting up to like this. We had a saying years ago, your stomach white with hunger
Yeah.
and your belly touching your back.
Yeah.
That's how empty it is. That there are what folks, I mean, these lines are swelling, of course, and the other part of it is that the line of people and the crowd at airports that can't get out in across because of the too much name misses in the friendly skies. Again, a lot to do with the government shutdown and the fact that they're already short of controllers who are policemen of the sky. You see.
Yeah.
But it seems as if relish, we relish having controversy. And I don't know, I mean, people much older than me have been interviewed and they say, if we know this is what America was going to come to, we would have left already and go home to our God. But when you say, and I'm going to say this and go, anytime, anyone, I don't care what group it is, whether you're in the masons, you're in the carpenters, or you're in the electricians, or you're white, black, pink, or purple, or in the United Way or the Red Cross, that you will leave one person take it over and determine how this thing gonna go, then we in for a rough ride. Mario, this fella, Donald John Trump, when they asked him if he have any regret with what he has done with blowing fishing boats out of the waters in international waters, he said no. And for a leader, sometimes our leaders get a bit, and leaders get very emotional and understand a lot of violent way. But he loved the one kill. I will kill him, kill him. And that is supposed to be accepted because either the Congress or the Supreme Court could get him stopped. I don't know what it is with him. Something so he got things on them. But I don't know. I mean, if you have something on you, you have to tell the world. But if you're doing fraud, I will have to tell you you're doing fraud. And I just tell you, find a way to legally stop you because Donald finds a way. As he says, whatever he's doing is being done within the ambit of the Constitution and the laws. And I asked several people, Mario, that is way brighter than me, why does there have to be a government shutdown every year? And you know the nice answer they gave me? It's because of how it is. What do you mean how it is? Does it have to happen? No. Mario, I go listen and see. I think the Medicare people coming to say we got tons of money. So I go listen to them. Eh?
All right, man. You take care,
Yes.
sister. We
Oh,
talk.
yes, I.
All right. Yes, we are at the top of the hour, beloved, and when we return, we'll have the privilege of introducing Mr. Danny Evans to you. But for now, beloved, we say, make your cream. The Rapsang ice cream is just so good for your soul. We're back, beloved. And as promised, yeah, we're not the government. We just fulfill our promises. We have with us, beloved, because Beverly Joseph, who's a candidate for the upcoming GE CSI elections, I think it's the 21st, November 21st. Beverly Joseph of Congress. She's under the weather today, and she couldn't have a better replacement. Substitute Mr. Odani Evans, the Medicare technician, on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's Office to share information on the current open enrollment season and to extend invitations to upcoming events. Mr. Danny Evans, we are honored to say good morning and what to do. Say good afternoon, you don't frighten me already. Say good afternoon and welcome you to the program.
Thank you, beloved. It's always great to be welcomed into your presence once more. And beloved audience, I'm just come here today to give some information and shed some light on the open enrollment season. Right now, started on October 15th, which is already passed, towards December 7th, is our open enrollment season for Medicare Part D. And there's a lot of confusion that kind of comes around whenever someone mentions these things. So I want to take some time to shed a little bit of light.
Good thing.
You have Medicare, Medicaid, Medigap, MAP, all these terms that can be very confusing, very overwhelming for the broad community.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to get into a little bit today is primarily Part D and Medigap.
Good thing.
So when you turn 65, you automatically qualify for Medicare. And most people become automatically enrolled in Parts A and B. You should receive a Medicare card in the mail, and there'll be a couple steps to follow through on that. Now, where I specialize is Medicare Part D, which touches on your prescription medication.
Right.
Times are hard. A lot of people are getting sick, whether it be hypertension, blood pressure, sugar, all these different afflictions that it can be overwhelming to deal with, especially trying to pay for medication or balancing your bills.
Right.
And it becomes a lot.
Yeah.
Where Medicare Part D steps in is once you have your Medicare Parts A and B,
Yeah.
you call and come into our office located on St. Croix at the Carib Home Center building, and we will take you step by step on how to get a plan fixed for you.
Quick interruption. When you said the Carib Home Center building, just make sure this is the one that would be us, the south side of the highway from Sunny Eye,
Yes, so right across from Wendy's.
where the big lumberyard and everything else.
You know, I hear a lot of
But that's the best way, right across from Wendy's.
I hear a lot of people refer to it as the old lumberyard, but that was before my time.
Yeah.
So I always have to say, I believe so.
Yeah, it was a big lumberyard.
But
But across from Wendy's, that's yeah.
yes, sir.
I think that's the one everybody can relate to.
Yeah, so we're on the second floor, full elevator access. So for any of my movement impaired brothers and sisters, not to worry. Now the process is very simple. All that's going to happen is when you come in with two forms of identification on your Medicare card, I will take your information, me or some of my other colleagues will take your information, including whatever prescription medication that you're currently on. And we're just going to go through some of your options plan-wise to see what's available to you. Now, in 9 times out of 10, there's only one plan available in the Virgin Islands, which is through United. And a few months ago, while the last time I was here on the air with you, I told you that the premium was $95, and I would be the first person to tell you all as soon as it came on my desk if it was going higher or lower. I'll rip off the band-aid now. It is going up. The premium has gone up to $114 from the $95. It really and truly is, but this one comes from high up above from the federal level. So we're kind of just feeling the ripples and the after effects. Now, me and my team have done a bit of digging into it, and we are looking at some workarounds, seeing where we can save the most money. But at the time being, as of right now,
Yeah.
the premium is $114. But what we can do is still go over what is available to you being part of said plan. For one, it's the PDP, the prescription drug payment plan. So what's very common for me to see nowadays is people come in with what we call brand name medications. These are your big hitters. A lot of them cost upwards of three, four, five, sometimes $600 for one pill.
Well,
And that's a blow, you know.
I really frank award
I
for
know,
one pill.
for one pill.
One pill.
And a lot of people, it's no secret. You get your social or your pension. In most cases, you might come to the tune of something like $1,100.
Oh,
You have to pay $600 for this one pill. My God, well, I still have rent. I still have to eat.
yeah.
But with the prescription drug payment plan,
Yeah.
what we can do is we can slice up this payment. We can cut it up, divvy it up into. So instead of paying this $600 up front,
Yeah.
you're paying it over the course of the year. That way, you could stop worrying so much about how am I going to eat this month,
Yeah.
and it becomes one less stress off my back.
Right.
Instead of taking this a lump sum right now, we'll split it up, divvy it up, make sure that you can still get the care that you need to take care of yourself. I want to see everyone here as long as possible.
Yeah.
But that is at a glance, that is Medicare Part D. There's some other benefits that I'll touch back on in a bit, but I'd like to move on to Medigap, supplement plan as it's called.
Okay.
So with baseline Medicare, there's coverage options that you have available to you. The the first one that springs to mind is you do not have freedom of choice. Every physician in the territory or even in the states as a whole, they can opt in and out of Medicare. This is called being in network. So if you fall sick and you have Medicare as your primary, and the doctor that you decide to go to doesn't accept Medicare, he's considered out of network. We can't use Medicare as a payment option for them. They just will not accept it. However, this is what we refer to as a gap. This is where Medigap or a supplemental plan comes into play, where there's certain holes that Medicare baseline might have. That's where the Medigap comes in and fills in those blanks. For instance, if you have a Medigap, also known as a supplemental, you have freedom of choice. Any doctor that you go to must take your supplemental. It's not considered Medicare. It's an entirely different entity. It just happens to work hand in hand with Medicare. This helps lessen the blow for a lot of people that realize that Medicare might not have coverage for the things that they need, whether it be you need to be extradited to a foreign country for certain treatments, or you have certain problems with very specific problems such as spinal or radial fractures, things that can't be covered under baseline Medicare. That's where your Medigap plan comes into play. I highly recommend everyone take a look at your coverage options. It takes no more than 30 minutes. Call or come into my office. We'll have a conversation, find out what's the best coverage for you. A Medigap plan works hand in hand with Medicare to just make sure that you have the best possible care. Now, to step away from Medigap, I want to address the quote unquote elephant in the room. What is Medicaid or MAP? A lot of people come to my office thinking that they're coming for MAP. MAP is unfortunately not affiliated with Medicare. We're sister programs, we're not the same thing. Medicaid is for our less fortunate, the people that have a lesser income. It's designed to make sure that those that are less fortunate are usually someone on SNAP or EBT or just less fortunate. They have access to insurance, to health coverage. This is not a part of Medicare, but we do coincide with each other. I spoke earlier on Part D, which is a prescription medication. You have a monthly premium of $114 on Part D. If you are already on Medicaid or MAP as it's known, they will actually take that cost from you. So you will have your Part D coverage free of charge. This is what we call dual eligibility, and it's something that I highly anyone that comes into my office, one of the first things I ask them is, "Hey, are you on Medicaid?" Because I don't want you spending a cent more than you should have to. Medicaid, MAP, and Part D Medicare, it all it all comes down to the same bottom line. We want to help keep the general populace as healthy and as fortunate as possible. Times are extremely hard. I don't want to see people spending all of this money on things that they don't need. Don't try to stuck it alone. Not everything can be fixed with some bush tea and ginger. Find out the coverage that you need. Make sure that you come into the office and find out how we can best help you. A closed mouth doesn't get fed. Now, what I'd like to touch on moving forward would be how how and why this period is so important. Open enrollment started on October 15th. This is the time period where you can add or change your plans, find out what really fits. For a lot of people, they will spend their entire year going, oh well, I need to go to the doctor, but I don't know if did it take Medicare, I don't know if I they just don't know. Don't fumble around in the dark. Right now is the best time to figure out what works for you. We have the tools, we have the assets, we have the resources to make sure that you can make an informed decision rather than just going to the doctor, trying to get a checkup, being told, "Oh, we don't accept Medicare," or "Oh, you actually don't have Medicare, you just have Part A and B," or there's too many things that can end up ruining your day. I had a few clients come in the other day that they had to take two buses just to go to the doctor to get told, "Hey, we can't see you. We don't accept Medicare." If you call, do what I told you, but I want to avoid those situations. I've been caretaker for more than a few people in my life. I know how frustrating it can be when you already have difficulty leaving the house and having your time wasted. Let us handle the busy work for you so we can make sure you get out of here with a weight lifted from your shoulders. Open enrollment season is from October 15th to December 7th. I will continue to stress it. Please, 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 please give us a call or stop by our offices. On St. Thomas and St. John, our numbers are 340-774-2991. On St. Croix, it's 340-773-6449. Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Please give us a call. Now is the most crucial time of the year. If you are turning 65, now is when you really need to buckle in. We have something called a late enrollment penalty. Once you turn 65, no matter what time of year it is, you can be enrolled. If you miss your first enrollment, let's say your birthday was in January, you was too busy in Nepal partying and you don't know anything, you came back home 4 months later, no problem. It's open enrollment season now. Come in. The longer you wait, the more that late enrollment penalty starts to stack up. And it will, while it is not an insane figure, I don't want people wasting time wondering, well, where did this come from? Why wasn't I told this, that, and the third? The details are here, and we have the information ready to give to you. But I can't go door to door. I get run. I need to be able to give you this information. I need you to be able to receive this information. Give us a call. Stop by the office. I promise you I don't bite, and we're more than happy to give you as much information as we can. But a closed mouth doesn't get fed. Mr. Mario, would you say how many of your close comrades are past the age of 65?
Oh, I wish I could give you a more complimentary response, but Mr. Evans, uh, I think it was, yeah, it was Friday. I was in the park, spoke to somebody else, and they were asking me about individual, and I had to tell them, I said, I have very, very few people that I went to school with, that I grew up with, that I played sports with, that are alive here on this island. I could only hope that it is that, they left, went away, and they are alive somewhere, but I couldn't name you a handful of people that I grew up with right here on St. Croix that I know now. I mean, it's like that. I hope that they're alive in the States somewhere, all right? But they're not here. And it's uh, kind of lonely, approaching 86 and say, well, I don't feel ill, I don't feel sick, I might make it 87. Well, am I ever going to see anybody that I grew up with again? Because I don't expect them, if they're away, to come home. Because healthcare is not something that would bring you home, when you get away. So, uh, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's the way I have to answer that. It's a very lonely life when you get to my age and you don't have uh, a recurrent medical condition so that you can stay here because that's just it. Them and those who are still alive because a relative or some tell me, yeah, they're in the States because they need assistance that they couldn't get here. And I have to tell you, it ain't easy to say. It ain't easy. It ain't easy.
I could only imagine. And one, first, let me say,
But you would know as much because you're in that business. And the older we get, well, like I said, unless you're fortunate, don't have a serious medical condition, uh, you just about have to get out of here because there's no health care, to keep you alive here on St. Croix. That's a desperate circumstances, but
it
I have to
is.
say,
It is. And that's part of the reason why I'm so desperate for more people to come forward and enroll in Medicare and enroll in Part B.
understandably, I could understand that, yeah.
The more people that we get enrolled onto Medicare,
Yeah.
the more attractive we become for these outside insurance companies.
Mhm.
With more insurance companies taking interest in us, that's more investments
I hear you.
coming down, that's more plans coming down.
Mhm.
Eventually, more hospitals will say, well, there's a lump sum of people here that are
Yeah,
basically under monopoly over few physicians.
yeah,
It
yeah.
opens, and it's a ripple effect.
Gotcha.
I stress so heavily. I have so many family members that are unwell. My God, you name it, my family has had it. From cancer to
Yeah,
blood pressure, heart
yeah,
disease, and
yeah.
I've seen the spectrum of it. It's no, I'm no stranger to seeing the effects of illness and having to be flown out. A lot of people that
Yeah,
get sick and have to be sent to the States,
yeah.
some of their afflictions get worse just being on those flights. Their body can't take that radical change from the pressure going up to the States. And our body has to adjust just to be in the air up there.
Mm.
I would like my home to be a much stronger place medically.
Mm.
And in the position that I'm in, the best way I can do that is by making sure as many people are aware of their options and get signed up.
Yeah.
The more people we have signed up, the more attention I can bring. Right now, it's a fraction of the people that qualify for Medicare that are enrolled.
Yeah.
And in doing so, if I go to Humana or Return or any of these insurance companies stateside and say, hey, I've got a population here that would like some more options.
Right.
They're going to look at me one time and say, what numbers? What people?
What population?
What population?
Yeah.
And it's not to say we don't have the numbers.
Yeah.
We just don't have the enrollment.
Yeah.
Beloved, I must stress it over and over again. I love my home.
Mhm.
Heart, body, and soul. I'm a sixth generation Crucian.
Mhm.
I'm proud of it.
Mhm.
I keep seeing more and more of my people leave, not just because of the state of the island, not because of the opportunity, but because of the quality of healthcare.
That's
We
hitting the nail on the head right there. So the quality of healthcare.
we can change it. I know I've spoken to a lot of my seniors and a lot of my elders on this, and they feel hopeless. Understandably so. You get
Yeah.
sick and you see
Yeah.
the situations going around at the hospital or these urgent care facilities, and they feel hopeless. They feel they have to leave or they would die. Nobody should have to make the decision of I must leave my home or die. Terrible. That's terrible. We may not be able to solve every problem, but we can make a strong start. And I do truly and honestly believe enrolling and making sure that your voice is heard
Mhm.
is a very strong start. It breaks my heart hearing that so many of your comrades from your generation have either passed on or gone to the States due to illness.
But it's real. It's real, and that's again. If I wasn't so much into reading and writing, I don't know. I mean, it's lonely. I mean, and again, the fact that I'm still living really in the 60s because I don't have a TV, you know, no social media,
In this day
no
and
internet,
age,
so that as far as my children only speak of, not to mention their grandchildren, I mean, it's like we speak different languages, you know, so
completely different
uh,
experience.
it ain't easy. That's how I got to say it ain't easy. It ain't easy at all. But again, could I ask you, because I've seen, would you mind taking a phone calls?
Please, by all means.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mario, good afternoon. I would like to give a word of praise and congratulations to the gentleman from
Evans, Evans.
Mr. Evans. Yes, okay, Mr. Evans. Yes. Uh, and it speaks well of the office because the lady there, what's her name, that didn't make it today again? Oh boy.
Joseph.
Beverly Joseph.
Yes, yes, Joseph for the GSC. Yes, I mean she explained the program so very well, and
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
gentleman is
That's
much
what we were having her
impressed.
back, yes.
Yes,
And she's up for re-election.
yes. Well, or she should be elected hands down,
You know.
but re-elected. And I mean, I know that if she wasn't under the weather, she wouldn't be there because this is how she is.
Yes.
And maybe the passing and having to bury her father the past couple of days might have contributed to it, but she needs a rest and come back. But
Mhm.
Mr. Evans, you keep up the good work.
Thank you kindly.
Yes. Now let me ask you a question if you could answer it, sir.
By all
I
means.
am a retired government employee. Uh, I have been back and forth living in the States over the years, my some 80 years. Now I live on the mainland mostly, and it's just within the past month, I would say a month and a half, that I no longer have to pay a deductible, whether it's $15 or $20 or even $40 for the giant medication when I pick them up. Would you know what contributed to that, sir?
Now, to just to make sure I'm understanding the question, you said that you were a government retiree, and
Yeah.
as of recently, you are no longer paying a deductible for your medication, such as Jardian.
Yeah. Right. That's true.
So this could be for a multitude of reasons. Now,
Okay.
seeing as you're a government retiree, your plans are actually handled by Cigna, not Medicare. So we're not privy to the ins and outs of the details of your program. However,
Ah.
by proxy, I do have a couple contacts at Cigna. I would like to dig in and learn a little bit more about what causes that, because I'd like to extend that to more people in your scenario. That's the thing to be celebrated, and I would like to
Okay.
figure out exactly why that's taking place and making sure that we can pass that on. But
Okay.
what I do know is that your Cigna representative would have a greater understanding and be able to give you more details onto exactly what changed to make sure that you
Yeah.
that
Okay. And
no.
I appreciate that. But let me just say the reason why I asked you the question,
Mhm.
because I mean, the pharmacies that I deal with in West Palm Beach, for the most part where I live, as well as in Fresno, Texas, I mean, the pharmacies, they know me well, and they know I've been grumbling and talking about, especially the Javier, $40 for 30 pills. And all they said to me when I asked them is, you should be happy. I mean, maybe that's the answer. I don't know. I still don't want to know why. So I would check with insurance company indeed. Yes. But you keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you kindly.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
Well, to follow up there, the reason that he received the response of "you should be happy" is because very familiar with Jardian. It's what we call a tier one drug, also known as a brand name drug. If I remember correctly, it currently retails at about $350.
Oh, not again for one pill,
Not for the one pill, but
oh,
for one prescription
one,
pill.
one prescription.
But
Bad enough.
that's still a monthly a monthly occurrence.
Whoa,
So I definitely
three
see,
fifty a month.
and that's before light, rent, food, and everything in between.
And that's the thing when we get up to our age, we have fixed income.
Hmm.
It ain't like you could put in some overtime at a job. Wake up for the gap. You're out here.
Have it what you have.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
This is and this harkens back to what we're really fighting for. I'd like to give a special shout out to my compatriots in St. Thomas, representing St. Thomas and St. John.
Okay.
My assistant director Macy Mills and my senior director Rosemary Maduro. They are an amazing knowledge base,
Okay.
and I know for the community in St. Thomas and St. John, they're in the best hands that they could ever ask for.
Okay.
We try our best on St. Croix to make
Right.
people feel as
Right.
welcomed and comfortable as possible. Yeah.
Right. But as
Nobody.
you say that, this to me, it just makes me think, and you know, how much better things could be if the hardware, the hospitals, were functioning. I mean, we'd be it's a much better place, you know. Jesus. But again, here we go. Let me try this one. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. This is Dr.
Welcome. I
David
got
from
Mr.
Hawaii.
Evans here with me. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was just saying to you that I am interviewing Mr. Danny Evans about
Oh, I am listening. I'm
good.
very impressed with Danny. Good afternoon, Danny. I'm very impressed.
Good
But then
afternoon.
again, I'm not surprised at all. The reason why I called you, Mario, because I heard you all discussing um, the plight of the seniors and retirees. And as you know, on the GSC board, I represent the retirees, government retirees. And it is so sad, but it is quite true that many of our retirees they have to make a choice every month as to whether or not they're going to eat or they're going to pay for medication. And as a daddy can attest to, many of the medications out there, for instance, are cancer drugs. You know, Mario, that's my field.
Yeah.
And I can tell you from experience, like my mom was a cancer patient as well, and I've dealt with many others. You can have one pill that costs you almost $1,000.
Wow, that is a church.
Okay? Whoa. And as I told you the last time we spoke, Mario, when I was there, the last time, that cancer rate, the data that the GSC presented the other day, attest to the fact that our cancer rates have risen 3 times more than it was. Okay? 3 times more. But then again, I've been talking about this forever. And if anyone has been listening to your show and listening to you and I over the years, Mario, they'll know I kept telling them this is going to happen. And it's been happening, and it's getting worse. Right? So I would ask all within earshot of this program to listen to what Mr. Evans is saying. Please register or sign up for your Medicare, because as he said, if the numbers speak, we may be able to get and attract other insurances and other programs to come here. But our trouble is that we have no documentation to point to the fact that we have these needs. So, you know, people that hear me would say that I'm always harping on the cancer registry. And, you know, it took me 10 years to put that together. 10 long years of hard work. And I did it for a reason. Love of this community, but I know there's something that's needed, because those big companies and as well as the federal government, they don't react to, you know, that they have cancer. They don't react to things like that. They want numbers, figures, okay, data. That's what they work with. So I'm encouraging you all to listen carefully to what Mr. Evans is saying today. And for those of you who are government retirees, I am also up as Ms. Joseph for re-election. And I've tried my best to represent the retirees as best I can. I have over 40 years of experience in this field. And I just hope that everybody does come out and
you have my endorsement.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And you have my endorsement.
Well, Mario, strange things have happened. As you know, strange things. And people just shut up their hands in the air and just saying, oh, well, I'm done. I ain't doing this no more. But we can't do that. We really can't do that. All right? So, Mr. Evans, I congratulate you. You are very articulate. I'm really proud of you. Okay? But people, please listen up and follow his instructions. And I wish you both a good afternoon.
Likewise, and thank you so much for your kind words. Well, beloved, that exemplifies what I was touching on before. I like to consider myself a very realistic person, and unfortunately, I'm also a bit of an emotional person when it comes to these topics. I've seen so many people that came into my office with, whether themselves having cancer diagnosis, or sometimes their spouse, their wives, their husbands, their loved ones. And I'd like to give them the best possible care, and the urgency of which they want their coverage to be strengthened. You know, if everybody that qualified for Medicare had half the passion that they did.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brother Mario and Mr. Evans.
Good afternoon.
I hope that you're having a wonderful day, but I have to ask one question. When you approach these insurance companies stateside, don't they ask you about the condition of our hospitals, whether we have functioning hospitals or not? And if they do, which they should, what kind of answers do you get from them?
First, a lovely question. A lovely question. I love to be in the hot seat. But no, when we approach these companies, they actually do not ask about the state of our medical infrastructure. Whilst I agree that they should, the reason that they don't is because ultimately it doesn't matter to them. Unfortunately, with these giant corporations and these insurance companies stateside, they don't see the little details. They don't see the minute-to-minute care. What they care about is how many people do you have? How many people can we make sure are going to be enrolled with us? When it comes to the state of our facilities, they view it as if we have you enrolled and you're not getting appropriate care there, we're gonna make sure you get flown out to somewhere that you can. They just see, as sad as it is to see, they see the numbers. They don't see the people, they don't see the place, they see the numbers and what they can do to make sure those numbers are kept as high as possible. Which means if they already have you, they want to make sure that you're getting treated. If you can't get treated here, when you go to the hospital, they will say you cannot receive the proper treatment, you can't receive the proper procedures here. They'll send it to your insurance agency. Your insurance agency will send a ticket, and that ticket will send you to whether it be Puerto Rico, whether it be Florida, wherever it is, to make sure that you get your care. But I understand the concern now, and I very much appreciate that question.
Okay, what just one last thing. Isn't the amount of reimbursement from these insurance companies depend on the type of hospital that you are filing a claim from?
Yes, that is true. However, that is not where Medicare comes into play. That deals with more private insurance when it comes to reimbursement and the type of facility that you go. That reaches more into specialist fields. So whether you have a heart problem and you go to a cardiologist, or facilities specifically tailored to very specific needs, that's where that more comes into play. Whereas Medicare, a lot more generalized, and it's just to make sure that you have coverage, period. Am I making sense?
Yes. Okay, now I understand the difference. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
Well, have a great day. Good afternoon. You see, Mario, that is these are the questions that I like to hear, because people are holding on to a lot of questions they don't know who to ask.
Yeah. Well, we don't every day get somebody as articulate as you are, and that's why we miss Beverly Joseph. Because, well, as you know so much better than I, uh, she's the one.
Yes, she is. I'm glad.
And we're looking forward to her reelection.
As a matter of fact, to quickly touch on that, I was told that I should give a special shout out today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's Office, but I'm also on behalf of my mother, Beverly Joseph. The cat's out of the bag. And we're asking for your support on getting her reelected to the GSC Health Insurance Board. Now you can vote on November 19th to 21st, 2025. Voting starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 6 p.m. And your place is the St. Croix Elections Office in Sunny Isle Shopping Center. For those of you that have been around for a long time, where the movie theater used to be, that's where you'll be voting.
So the cat's out of the bag.
My worst kept secret.
Yes.
But yes, Mario, I can only stress it so much. Enrollment. You know, the last time I was here, I stressed prevention.
Yeah.
And now that enrollment has come around, I want to stress enrollment as well, because for a lot of people, prevention is no longer an option,
Right.
especially with the community being up in age. If you're past 65 and you have a health issue, prevention is no longer the method. We've already crossed that bridge.
Right.
What's the next best thing? Making sure we have the best possible care. Well, how do I
Yeah.
get the best possible care? Making sure that I know what my coverage options are. Well, how do I figure that out? I'm one person.
Right.
Come to us, get enrolled, find out what can be done, find out who you need to go see. Tell everyone that comes into my office, this is a one-stop shop. If I can't help you, I have numerous contacts. I have contacts in almost every department in this industry. We will find someone that can get you where you need to be.
And that's important. That's important. Critically important is that, you know, if you can't do it, but that, hey, I know people who can help us to get what you need.
I know a man that knows a man that knows a woman.
There you go. There you go.
Beloved, it's a privilege and an honor to be able to support my community in this way. There's been more than a few people that I've seen come into my office with that they to the wits end.
Yeah.
You know, they've been slapped with these thousands of dollars of bills. They don't know where to turn. The medication is piling up.
Yeah.
35 minutes later, I'm walking to the front door and they got a smile on their face and joy in their heart. Just
That's fulfilling.
extremely, extremely. But beloved, I'd like to extend an invitation towards the listening audience. If you have any questions, please feel free while I'm still here. If not, you can give us a call Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Once again, those numbers for the St. Thomas and St. John District, 340-774-2991. That's 340-774-2991. That's for St. Croix, 340-773-6449. Once again, that's 340-773-6449. Give us a call or stop by. I'm more than happy to help you.
Good afternoon.
Beloved, this is Debbie again. I have to tell you something.
Well, let's say, go ahead.
Oh, okay. See, I'm in the car and there's a delay. So I don't know. Yes. I just wanted to address the. Hello?
We're listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes. There was a problem. There was a problem last election. Okay? Now, Ms. Joseph is up for re-election and so am I here on St. Croix. We're the only two elected ones here on St. Croix. Yeah, Mario. And the issue was the issue was that there are retirees that are under 65 years old who are still represented by Cigna. And those under 65 retirees come under Ms. Joseph's purview. Okay? So I would really encourage the retirees out there that are under 65 and still covered by Cigna to get a hold of the personnel department to find out how they can vote because they were blocked out of voting the last time. Okay? And that was a big injustice to Ms. Joseph, all right? Because these individuals were not allowed to vote at all. And I really wouldn't want to see that happen again. The retirees that are under 65, I don't represent because they're still covered by Cigna. I represent those that are covered by United Health Care. So I would ask all within the sound of my voice right now to start making those calls to find out how they can vote before we have a repeat of what happened 2 years ago. There was one fiasco 2 years ago that the retirees were given so much problems to vote, and those under 65 were not able to vote at all. Okay, so that I wanted to get out there before it's too late.
Thank
But
you
the
for the
letter is supposed to
information.
be, I'm sorry?
Thank you for the information.
Yes. You're welcome. See, I'm driving and there's a delay between the phone and the radio in the car.
We
So
got
therefore,
you.
yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Baba. How are you doing this beautiful afternoon?
One day at a time, trying to be as well as you. How you sound?
I good. I just want to ask the young man just a question or two. If you
Please
could,
take
during
your
the
time.
present.
Please take your time, man. Take your time.
Okay. Would, could you give me answer on why we have such a low count? Because I hear you saying like we need more people to sign up. Because I have a mom, right? And now she does not get retirement benefits. She just gets the social, security part. And she said she can't afford to get the Medicare. So right now she's getting just Medicaid because she can't afford the Medicare. So do we have statistically here in the Virgin Islands more like people like my mom that just can't afford Medicare, and that's why you wouldn't be able to get that number you guys are looking for. And some people leave the Virgin Islands and apply for their Medicare away. So it's not like they would stay here and apply because we really don't have no hospital or nothing really. So if I'm 60, like let's say I'm 63, or I'm 64, before I reach 65, maybe I might want to leave the Virgin Islands now. I'm going to stay with my daughter in the States. So over there is where I would sign up for it. Do you think that is the cause of why we don't have a high number where we could get more, I guess, help if you have more numbers? Do you think that's the reason why? Is it like that?
So to answer your question, it's a multitude of reasons, but I'll take that one at a time. For
Mm-hmm.
for one, you are correct in there are a number of people, and let me stress this first. This is illegal. This is very illegal, and a lot of people don't realize that. There are
Okay.
people that will go to the states, whether they have the auntie house, the child or the grandchild. They'll go up to, let's say they live in Texas. They go up
Mm-hmm.
there, they apply for Medicare in Texas and come back down. The whole time they live in St. Croix, but they applied for
Mm-hmm.
Medicare in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
This is, first of all, this is a federal crime. But second of
Mm-hmm.
all, you are hurting your chances in the Virgin Islands because while for you it may be great, you might be
Mm-hmm.
getting some coverage that you can't naturally receive down here. Eventually,
Mm-hmm.
one, it will catch up because eventually Texas
Oh
will
no, but they're
say,
not gonna relocate back here, sweetheart. They're not coming back. I'm just saying maybe that's why we'll
oh,
never
well,
get the numbers here because if I'm 63, 64 and I see how this place is before I make 65, I'm gonna go and stay with my daughter away so I could get the best care. So that's what I'm saying, like, because you guys are basically asking people to sign up, but who are you asking to sign up? Who's gonna really come and sign up? Because like I said, if I'm 62, 64 and I'm getting ready to make that age, and I have children that live in the States and here in the Virgin Islands, I have nothing. I would probably just most likely just go up there and stay with my children so I can get the best no care here. So that's what I'm saying. So even if you're asking for people to sign up so you can maybe like get more options and all of that. I really don't see it happening. I'm just sorry to say that. So just please forgive me for that. But what I'm saying is my mom also, she receives social, but she doesn't receive retirement money. So then you have some people who just receive social. They don't receive retirement money. So of course they're not gonna apply for Medicare. Most likely they're gonna try to see if they can get Medicaid. So that's where you guys will have like the discrepancy here in the Virgin Islands. That's all I'm saying. So it's like you're asking people to sign up, but who are you asking to sign up? There is no care here. So if I'm 63 or 64 and I could have an opportunity to be St. Croix and go stay with my children, because a lot of children are asking for their parents to come up, you know. They don't want them to remain here no longer. They're asking for their parents to come up. Some don't want to come up because they can't deal with the weather. So they don't, you know, when they get cold, they don't, you know, arthritis and all. So this is why some of them will remain home. But given if they would help, like kind of a little healthier, well, maybe they would leave. But I'm just saying, for you to ask people to sign up for this thing and to have more options, I don't want to bust your bubble, but I'm just looking at what's happening right now. So how do you get people to sign up in a place like this? Is my question, and I will hang up and continue to listen. Thank you.
Not a problem, man. First, I apologize for misunderstanding. I apologize for misunderstanding the question at first. I thought you were referring to people that were enrolling stateside and coming back. But for people that are just straight up relocating, completely leaving their exodus, as some people refer to it, those aren't usually equated to our numbers because that's expected. You know, the population that we serve and the population that we present towards these corporations and these businesses, they take into account the census, and the census will naturally show that there are people that are relocating, going to the state. I am fully aware that people are leaving the island, especially the seniors. You have these grandchildren, you have your kids that, mommy, I don't want you down there anymore. I can't take it anymore. You know, times getting tough or things of that nature. I could take care of you better here. These things happen. All completely understandable. That's not the community that I'm trying to implore to enroll. Who I wish to enroll are the people that are here. That is our primary focus. I understand that a lot of people are leaving. There are also a lot of people that are staying. And the people that are staying, I want them to have the same level of care that they would receive stateside. For a lot of people, as you said, not to pop the bubble, for a lot of people, they've told me that this is a pipe dream, that, you know, we're never going to catch up. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a fraction of a moment. And I implore all of you to keep that same motivation. We can make a difference as long as we stick together, as long as we work together towards these goals. Do the little steps, the little splashes that make big waves. For, as she touched on, there are people that, you know, can't afford Medicare, and they'll try to get on Medicaid. This is where some of the misinformation comes into play. As I mentioned before, if you are on Medicaid, they will pay for your Medicare Part D. So therefore, cost is not a factor. I know for a lot of people, Medicare's Part A and B, that is not the same rules do not apply. But for Medicare Part D, making sure that you get your prescription medication, making sure that you have your DME, your wheelchairs, your crutches, we are trying to help you as best as we can. There's some misinformation going around, and it's my job to help clear that up. If you're on Medicaid, there's very little to no reason why you shouldn't be on Medicare Part B. Straight out, straight true. If you have Medicaid, there is little to no reason that you should not have Medicare Part B. They work hand in hand. Help me help you. That's all there is to it. But I thank you for the question, and I thank you for the reality check, because it is true. We're losing people, and a lot of them to no fault of
Well,
their own.
it's back to why again, somebody like me, find myself lonely as I age because unfortunately, uh, I am healthy enough to be able to stay.
I feel so
Imagine
for
that I have to say, unfortunately, I am healthy enough to have to stay.
oh yeah, I don't know. Beloved,
Uh,
what a scenario.
uh, uh.
I would
But you be pragmatic and you pick the answer like it is. And hey, the, the big companies is making sure people and so forth say they could care less about your personal situation. You know, they are about numbers, enrollment, and numbers. Could do for them and everything else. they drop on your lap. You deal with the individual people and their problems.
It's a it's a truly sad sight to see. I entered this industry with the motivation of people first, and the more that I interact with insurance companies and beyond, they're very detached. They're very removed from the aspect of people.
Mhm.
Understandably so. Shareholders, prospects, and things of that nature, profit margins. I understand. Well, I don't empathize. I
Mhm.
understand. But at the end of the day, that's not my business.
Mhm.
My business is people. At the end of the day, when they go home to New York and in their $4,000 flats and living it up,
Mhm.
I get to walk around Christiansted town and see the same little old lady that was in my office not 2 weeks ago,
Mhm.
walking into the pharmacy, walking back out, seeing me, waving her bag with a smile on her face.
Yeah.
I want more of those moments. I'm so sorry that.
Those are solid victories, man.
Uh, Thank you,
Mhm.
thank you, beloved.
Yeah.
That's what I see it as, and I wish more people had the opportunity to see those victories. Because there's no place like home. There truly is not,
Yeah.
and the seniors and elders are the lion's share of that.
Mhm.
I hope that everyone under the sound of my voice takes these words to heart. Please get enrolled. If you know anyone that is eligible to be enrolled, have a conversation with them. You could be playing domino, you could catch them at the bakery, you could be one of the beach crew.
Right.
You say, hey boss, you check out Medicare, you're making sure you're all right.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people that are not enrolled, most of them that I've spoken to, it's, oh well, I don't feel sick. No problem with me.
Yeah.
Bush tea doesn't fix everything, folks. Get checked out, please and
Well,
thank
put a pin in it for that there. We got to do with the feds. The big boys, they make sure that at the top of every hour you identify yourself.
you. Hmm.
You know. And so we got to do that, and we will be right back. So lick your cream, because lobster ice cream is just so good for your soul. All right. We're back, and Mr. Danny Evans is making our burdens a little lighter. Because, beloved, as we just say, it ain't easy. It ain't easy at all. And he is a Medicare technician on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's office, sharing information on the current open enrollment season. And he is pleased to be able to extend invitations to upcoming events. And beloved, yes, he is the proud picnic of Beverly Joseph, who is under the weather. Yeah. But I personally want you to know that she is a candidate for the upcoming GSC elections, uh, the 21st of this month, November 21st. And beloved, well, you hear it for yourself how critical our situation is. Could you imagine us without a Beverly Joseph? Beloved, that's what I follow. So please, but again, we have the articulation of what Danny Evans, sure that we've got hope on the horizon. That's you, hope on the horizon.
Hope on the horizon.
That's you, yes.
I think I get that one framed in my office. That's
Yeah.
that's mighty powerful words coming
Yeah.
from the beloved himself.
That's you.
But, ladies and gentlemen, as we're reaching the end of my time, I'd like to ask anyone with any further questions to please give a call. And, while we're still here on the air,
Let me give you the numbers in case you forget 773 0390 773 0490. And of course, 340 is the area code. So, uh, again, we are in a good position in terms of being able to help you with the information at hand. So, take advantage of it, beloved.
in the meantime, as you as I encourage anyone to call, just know that any question that you're hanging on to, thinking that you might just come to the office and stop by and ask in person, it might be something that somebody else needs to know as well. So please don't hold back.
Very good point.
But, what I would like to touch on to reiterate at the top of what we started with would be Medicare Part B and Medigap. Once again, Medicare Part B is a prescription drug plans. We specialize in, well, prescription drug plans and DME. DME is durable medical equipment. It's a long way out. It's a medical term of saying, wheelchairs, crutches, things of that nature that help you when you're not feeling so well.
Okay.
What a Medigap or a supplemental plan is designed to help cover the things that baseline Medicare doesn't. Would it be need to be flown out? Would it need to be a specialist visit? Things of this nature, things that Medicare won't handle, your Medigap plan should be able to. Stop by the office, find out what plan suits you, and get enrolled, ladies and gentlemen. And just to reiterate, Medicaid, also known as MAP, is a sister program designed for those on a fixed and or lower income. Make sure that you have coverage, whether it be medical or insurance. Please let them know essential. Make sure that you have all tools at your disposal so that when dirt days come and you're not feeling so well, the only thing you have to tell a doctor when you're leaving is give me my receipt and I want to see some zeros on it.
Mhm.
Please help us help you before it's too late and you're scurrying to find an answer that won't come. Let us show you the way. Yes, beloved, this is
You give it clarity. I again can only commend you for your articulation, the clarity of your purpose here, and beloved, you know how you do. After he gone, and you know, ask me this and that, and that. But again, we are in a critical situation because, well, from my point of view, is I know of so many people hypertension. I can't take the stress, and this is what seems to be unfolded increasingly. More things that force you to stress, you know, and this matter, Mr. Evans, of the government, the federal government shutdown, uh, is exponentially stressful for a lot of people. And the fact that you just talk about all the different things the people that need, everything from here a wheelchair to the disabled, depending on meals and wheels, and it is stressful. November 1st came, and there was no SNAP, and now we're getting so much information that is, I don't know how else to classify it other than as stressful because it's telling you that help is coming. So you, oh, thank God. Lisa, okay, so when we all get, and that's when the stress, someone bites someone because now it's like, you don't know when, but this month. But I mean, well, this next when,
what we're going to do tomorrow.
and that's just it. And then he said, uh, well, what about these checks that the local government, and again, well, so what do we get these checks? How much the checks for? I mean, it's just very stressful uh, for people because just so many questions. And you already know that you're in it because November 4th did come and is gone. You know, and yes, the government, the federal government is shut down, and there is no indication that that shutdown is going to be over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or even next week. There's absolutely no indication, that the shutdown is going to be over.
What I can do to at least sprinkle a bit of light in the dark time
Please,
is very happy to say that Medicare is unaffected by the government shutdown. Um, I know it's not the answer people will want to hear, but I'm hoping that it will at least be one less thing off your mind
right?
because it's what you say is true. This is a quite frankly scary time for a lot of people. I have people that I went to high school with, people that I went to college with that rely on these benefits, and they're almost at their wits' end. Had a friend call me just last night saying, "Hey, can you mind just helping me out to put the plaza?"
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fortunate and blessed enough to be in a position where I can do that. But what happens to all the people that can't?
Okay.
That's a blow. That's pain. That's
It's
really,
serious. It's very serious. Yes.
I, I know things are very dire right now. It's rough, unbelievably so. But not as a government employee, but as a fellow brother of the community, I ask my people to hold on. We must rely on each other. The kindness that I know my home to be in plentiful supply of. Because personally, I don't want I don't want my reliance on somebody else when I know I have people to my side that instead of relying on aid, I can work with the people around me to bring myself up. Because it's I don't know when things are going to change. I don't know when the shutdown is going to end.
That's that's where the stress comes in there. So that's where the stress comes in. Is that again, since November 1st, you hear that everything from the federal government will have to because the court says so to the local party where so Governor Brown say go set up checks, and okay, this is what we read, but the thing is, so when, you know, and even I was asked this question just this morning because, well, when the federal government does in fact set out because the court added them to, well, is it going to be the full amount? Is it going to be, is it going to be a partial payment? And again, it's like, I can't answer that. I don't know. But I realized that that just adds to the stress, because whatever positive piece of information you get, is covered, wrapped, not in bubble wrap, but in all of these questions that, that don't carry no answer. It's like, uh, when is it going to happen? You don't know. How much is it going to be? I don't know. But everything will be ahead, right? Yeah, it'll be ahead if we know when it coming tomorrow. But it's just, but again, that is what makes your ability to articulate the situation so critical because uh, people just want to hear some factual information that they can depend on and that they can rely on. You know, um,
Uh,
again, I hear you tell them, so hey, come into the office, call the number, here it is. But I'm wondering if the stress is such that they can't take another disappointment or whatever it is. But this I went seriously. This federal government shutdown is
what is understood doesn't need to be
it's
said.
unacceptable, Mr. It's just unacceptable. And it just affects so many people in so many different ways. That I didn't realize that, uh, like, a lot of the disabled people that they're depending on this and that. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I didn't think of that. So yes, it's that. And then there's war that we might have a war
Oh
with
boy,
Venezuela and
don't
these things.
even get
So
me
that
started.
but anyways, it's serious times, listen, serious times.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
But Mario, I'll leave you with a story to try and I'm gonna take that tagline and run with it. To be a little bit of hope on the horizon.
That's what you are. That's what you are.
Uh, there was a couple, I would say a month or so. No, I lied. About 3 months or so came into my office. The husband had just received a stomach cancer diagnosis, stage three, not quite terminal yet.
Oh,
Very difficult scenario.
yeah.
The wife, both retired very comfortably, but funds were starting to get low, and they wanted to make sure that they were in the right hands. So, look, you've come to the right spot.
Yeah.
You're worried about making sure that you have proper insurance coverage. Tell you what, I will look at each department that is under my purview, whether it be the senior patrol, whether it be SMP, whether it be SPAP. I will look at every program that I have available to me to make sure that you have the proper care. Now, all I need you to do is leave the information with me, and everybody that leaves their information with me, I give them what I call a 48-hour guarantee. Unless it's a weekend, within 48 hours, good or bad news, I will call you.
All right. All right.
Once they did that, I told them, look, leave information with me, 48-hour guarantee, and I want you to come back October 15th to make sure we can get you enrolled and make something happen.
Yeah.
I believe it was hour 32. It was 3 p.m. I want to say it was a Thursday afternoon. Told them the good news. Hey, I can get you covered and I can make sure that you have coverage throughout not only just the Virgin Islands but stateside as well.
Oh,
Now, come October 16th, I know because it was my birthday and they said they didn't want to come. They didn't want to come any day before or after. They wanted to see me on my birthday. Brought me a nice cake.
how about that? How about that?
Got them enrolled, and
Yeah.
the husband looked at me, shook my hand, tears in his eyes, and said, "Brother, thank you. I don't. If I'd waited any longer, she'd be here alone."
Yeah.
And man, Mario, that peace of mind
Yeah.
is why I do what I do. Why I want all of you to come down to the office to see one O'Donnell Evans, one Glennis Herbert, one the
Yeah.
lovely Eleanor St. Thomas, one Rosemary Maduro, one Macy Mills. Please, folks, come on down to check out. Make sure that you're enrolled October 15th to December 7th. Quick shout out to Miss Beverly Joseph of the GESC board and Miss Debbie Christopher. Thank you so much for your call.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been so, so great. Thank you for having me.
We try to keep up with you. You said the level so high. We try to reach where you did. So we're proud of you. We're proud of you, and glad we have you because Lord Harry, the judge, and our healthcare system is still a system even. But we have Mr. Odani Evans, that we know for sure, and so beloved, let us embrace him and do what we can to make sure that his wife, Beverly Joseph, remains where she is because I don't have to tell you, you know better than me. We need her. We need her. So, last word is yours. Thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. Our Medicare season of open enrollment October 15th to December 7th. Go ahead and come get yourself checked out during election season of November 19th to 21st. Please vote for one Miss Beverly Joseph for re-election at GSC board. Shout out to our St. Thomas offices and our lovely sister agencies of Medicaid. Thank you all so much for having me.
Lick your cream. Lobster ice cream is just so good for your soul.
Yeah.
couple of it. And yes, no, it's not 3:30. It's 2:30 now. Still got an hour. Still got an hour to go. And I think we got a caller being very patient or not. So why don't we do that? Good afternoon to you,
Good afternoon, Mario.
Mr. Williams. Welcome, Mr. Williams. How you doing, man? It's
You're talking about the SNAP program.
yeah, that's serious.
Mario, I got disabled now.
Yeah.
So somebody went on retrieve my mail on Monday,
Uh-huh.
and there was a check in there, Mario.
Oh,
But
what?
what I can't understand,
What?
they said, hello?
Yeah, I'm listening. They said what?
Oh, what I'm saying, they said that they're going to give you half of the money. They said not the whole amount for the month.
Uh-huh.
The problem I have now is, they give me $30 a month.
Yeah.
So when I received the check, Mario, was 50. Now it's just $50 and nothing. I mean, $15 to me is a good thing what they did, but what I'm saying is, if you know that person is below a certain number, I
Yeah.
think we should go ahead and give them the amount.
You would think so. You would think so, knowing the cost of living.
That's what I'm saying. So yes, my check in there, but I couldn't believe it because I figure since price is so expensive and you get a limited amount, just go ahead and give you. I could say you're getting $500-$600 and they give you half of that. But $40, half of $30 is $15. Mario, the only thing I could do with that is buy a bread, buy a quarter pound of cheese, and slice it in 30 pieces, and eat one day at a time.
Uh,
That's the only
I,
thing I could do.
I know you don't mean to be making no joke, but funny as the song, that is how critical the situation is. I don't know.
And you're talking about stress, and I just talk about the high blood pressure.
Yeah,
These kind of things send it up, Mario.
but of course, you know,
These are the things, Mario, when I call in, I don't have this passion for my people because it's not me alone. Mario, $15 for me, that's not enough. Go ahead and I'll give you the 30. You get 50, just go ahead and give you the 50.
well,
Don't put more
I
stress
mean,
on us.
$30 is bigger enough to cut that in half. Lord Harry, the judge, man. I mean, like you said, we're supposed to do that. Buy a bread and some cheese.
That's it. You can't buy a drink, Mario.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yes, so at least they give you something like cheese and bread. Harry, the judge. And Mario, one more thing, Mario.
yeah. Listen.
You know they got a library for the blind. They move it to the library in town.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I hear the governor say he wants to turn the historic museum.
What?
Mario. So what on? Mario is not just the disabled and the physically challenged. Go there, Mario. They got students, they got other people over there for the library.
Well, so Williams, let me say this. Let me say this. Because you touch upon the bone there. It is my understanding that the governor of these Virgin Islands of ours wants to make a movie of itself with our tax money. Now,
Right.
we have needs. Well, one need that I got here on my head, and I got a lot. We got more needs that we cannot fulfill. And this man is so heartless. He taking taxpayer money to make a movie of himself. So I mean, what we come to here,
I agree with everything you said.
and it just shook me when you're saying to use the disabled library for a museum because it's like I mean it's like this man got no kind of understanding of what it is that people need. You don't understand that? I mean, it's all he talking about is what he said. So he want a museum, so to hell with, you know, uh, who needs a library, you know. He wants to make a movie himself because he says that his legacy is what preserving. So he using the taxpayer money to make a movie of himself. Now, all I have to say, Mr. Williams, is are the 15 members of the legislature, the lawmakers, are they going to allow for this to happen? Are they going to allow this man to use our tax dollars that are so desperately needed to make a movie of himself when Mr. Williams get his check cut down to $15? Like he say he got buy bread and cheese for the month. You don't give you got buy bread and cheese for a week with $15. And here the man go make a movie of himself, Mr. Williams.
That cost thousands of dollars.
Thousands of dollars, yes.
Thousands of dollars. Yes. But Mario wants to come to the library. He would be here my mouth because I won't keep my mouth shut because I use the library for like enjoyment and just people there that you could just have a conversation, talk about the book after you
Well,
read the book.
the disabled is already disabled. Lord Harry the judge, you go take away from the disabled, but you could make a movie of yourself. And when we come to you, man.
Well, I guess that's movie to make about yourself is more important than the
But
letter.
that's what he's telling us. Just like that is what simple you said you go take care of museum rather than the library.
Mario and some of the people that so they like no, they don't want nothing. It's okay.
Thank you.
It's not okay. Not for me because I know my mouth.
Yes, and don't stop letting them hear you. Make sure they hear you because God,
Like
God.
I said, you got to I use your tongue, you got to fight and blow.
Yes.
You got to try to tell you. Mario, that's my little piece.
Well, that's a big piece there, Miss Wen, and I thank you. And you stay strong, Mr. Williams. We need you.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Papa.
Thank you for your card. Thank you for your patience, my dear. Welcome, welcome.
That thing just baffled me because I was surprised that you didn't know about this man is saying that the library isn't working. He said he ain't working for him, so he gonna get rid of the library and do a museum.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, how in the world could you be so heartless that you could do this to the disabled community?
Because we allow him to, so hey.
Well, that's why I asked that the 15 senators go allow the your tax money for you to make a movie of himself. All 15 of them go allow that to happen.
two, and then you have to, and then you say one, you say two, you have these senators like Alma Francis. She wants to change. She wants to think a better way. You could bring children as young as 4 years old now, and it's just madness. It's just madness in the VI right now. So with that said, and then Trump is he disrespecting the court. He's not even following the court order with this snap thing. I mean, it's chaotic out here today. So you think right now when people is struggling, anybody gonna got time to really sign up for this Medicare thing, man? Them they gonna get a hard time to. We are going to get a hard time getting numbers here in the Virgin Islands for any kind of Medicare. Nobody got time to sign up for that. Everybody trying to hold on to every goddamn little dollar they have.
It's serious, son.
This place, until we start, like I said, the man on the phone, Mr. Williams, I don't really know him, but anytime he's ready and he's going and stand in front of that library, just tell him talk on your show, I will be there with him because ain't nobody going to move me. This is things we need to start to do, man.
Right.
We can't just keep talking. We need to be blocking buildings. You see what's going on in Tanzania. You see what's going on in Addis. Look at what's going on in Sudan. Like all of a sudden Trump wants to attack Nigeria. You know why? Because the resources, these people don't do nothing for nothing, you know. They don't come into countries for nothing, you know. You know why he wants to go to Nigeria? How can you step Sudan or go straight to Nigeria and say, because they're killing the Christians? Which Christians are we talking about? We got all kind of Christians, you know. That could be evil Christians over there, that dumb people over there, so they're killing. We don't know. You understand? So we don't know the impact of what's going on in Nigeria. We know Trump is saying, oh, they don't stop killing the Christians over there. But what about Sudan? Right now in Sudan, they're killing them people over there. He's saying
they're killing them by the hundreds. So what I read,
by the hundreds, not Baba.
what I read is just it's about hundreds of people that they just slaughter in there.
He's talking about Christians. He's talking about a few Christians in Nigeria. Come on, man. But anyways, I don't let you continue the show, but the guy is so right. You know, these $15, I tell you, we got some incompetent people. Then I make sense. Why did they get vouchers instead if that's the case? Why they worried about how they're going to spend the check? Is that our fault? Should I give vouchers to these people out here to go to these grocery stores with a voucher? You get them checks, that's it. They're not going to spend it on what they need to spend it on because they probably got other things they could use too. So I ain't knocking nobody who's going to stop it, whatever. Heidegger Frost, she made a comment, and I think she was out of place as a senator to talk about, oh, you give these people cash checks, they ain't going to go and buy food, they're going to go buy this, and it's, that's not your place as a senator. What you should have done was you guys should have figured that out way in the beginning because this shutdown ain't just start. This shutdown been going on for a whole month, and we already know it's going to be like that months before they did the shutdown. Yeah. So we don't never prepare ourselves here at all, man. Never. I don't just listen to you, Baba, all the time, man.
Thank you, my dear. Mr. Williams is hearing you. Mr. Williams is hearing you.
I hope you hearing me because I'm ready to trample down these children, and they're going to be really upset. I have a carry or something. Emergency the other day, a baby, one year couldn't, he don't be here, and he's always sleeping. When she tried to eat to the emergency, the child do nothing for this baby, and he's always doing. So she had to take her emergency flight in the afternoon yesterday for 4 o'clock and go to the safe and go to the emergency room, and they put a little boy through the MRI, what do you call it, the machine, the MRI. All of this they done did to the little boy, to my colleague, son yesterday. Imagine, and I was going to tell people they need to sign up for Medicare. I need to get that up together. I'm so sorry. I'm very unapologetic right now. You're asking people to sign up for something that they're not going to get no services on. I don't think twice about these things, man. We go crazy on your Baba. I don't listen to the show.
Speak your mind, my dear. Speak your mind.
Okay. Thank you for the time. Right. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mario.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you for your call and for your patience. Welcome.
I'm calling back because for the last couple of years I've been trying to pull you back into this country, and you keep refusing.
Yeah. Uh, you sound like my family now. I say I live in a cave, but that's where I'm comfortable.
You're comfortable in your face,
In
right?
my cave, yes, I like the torn pages.
All right. I have a pet peeve about these hospitals, what we so-called hospital here. And there was an article in the consortium entitled "We Cannot Be Touched." I don't know if you heard,
No,
but I sent a copy to your sister so she could show it to you. But in the meantime, let me explain.
please.
There is a Mr. Doctor, I ain't gonna call his name, that wrote this article that testified in front of the legislature regarding the conditions of our hospitals and saying that our hospitals are so much in tune that we cannot be touched by any other hospital uh, comparable to it. Now, I don't know what hospital he's talking about, but
I was just about to ask you.
he did say which hospitals could be compared to this mess that we have here. Because there's got to be something up in Appalachia someplace or in some swamp someplace that has that we could say we are so good that we can't touch. And if we can't be touched, and what makes it even worse, Mario, is he said all this in front of the legislators, our senators, and not one man asked a question.
Wow.
Now, if you don't ask the right questions, you're going to get the wrong answer.
Yeah.
All right?
Correct.
So, I want to know why we have to airlift a child with a 2% burn on their hands out of this territory if we cannot be touched. Now, you could go out in your yard and get people simple ID and treat a 2% burn. So, we have to send a child out of the territory to get treated for that, right? Or if you have a gunshot or a stab wound, which you seem to be having a whole bunch of that
Yeah.
lately, these people have to be sent out. Okay? And how do you have a patient with heart problems sitting up in a room for a month with no monitors, no IVs, and lately, a family friend was scheduled for cesarean because the child was breech.
Yeah.
And they had to wait 2 days
What?
because they were waiting for a doctor.
And you said child was breached 2 days?
Yes, this is a procedure that any GP should be able to handle in the case of an emergency.
But
And
we,
what killed me is that
well, I mean, big pop, I mean, the way how you are describing this thing here, we don't have a hospital.
hell no. And he said that we have a peri-neonatologist on staff. Now, this I've yet to join big words of people, but all that means is that a doctor who specializes in high risk pregnancy. Okay?
Okay.
So, if we have this specialist available, why wasn't the specialist taking care of this?
Thank you.
They
That you
have
there
to
for
actually wait
2 days. I mean, if you said 2 hours, but 2 days.
as listen, I'm trying to keep my conversation down. But God, the child and the mother survived.
Oh,
Okay?
God. Yes,
So
thank
think
God
of
indeed.
what could have happened. The
Who?
arrogance of this guy. And like my husband used to say, there's actors and there's Dr. Plum. Okay?
Oh,
So I don't know what's going on, but if you don't compute, it's not the truth. And our senators should at least ask questions about this man's
but my dear,
story that he
that's what I'm wondering, if these senators are going to allow this governor to make a movie with our tax money.
Mhm.
Because just like that, when you have the commissioner of education and all the people they don't ask question here.
Yeah, the same thing happened.
Yeah.
They
It's,
had to almost subpoena this woman to come and do her job, which is to report to the people who hold the earth. I
oh,
mean, for there's no department in this place that is running the way it's supposed to run. And
oh,
nobody seems to be concerned.
oh.
I guess when there's no food on the table, that's when everybody's getting all excited, right? So everybody's gonna have to learn to cook.
Oh Lord. Send help us, Lord, Harry the judge.
When them what's called it suppliers stop sending stuff down here, right?
Yeah.
There's not gonna be no McDonald's, no Wendy's, no Burger King, all that, because that's who supplies all that stuff there.
Yeah.
So when they run there every day to eat, instead of going and cooking from the ground with the plants and the fruit and vegetables that we can grow here, okay, to feed ourselves. What's gonna happen there?
I
When
mean,
them
I,
say
I
that
mean,
stuff coming.
I don't know, mister. I don't know what's to come up we are. I live too long. I have no answer. This is all unacceptable, but this is how we live in. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
anyway, the connection seems to be breaking up because I have to hear every other word that you're saying. So I'll hang up so you can talk.
All right.
Okay?
Stay
Yeah.
strong. We need you. Stay strong. Stay strong.
Yeah.
All right.
You too.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. How are you doing on this most beautiful afternoon or morning? Sorry, in the most beautiful place in the world.
It's still afternoon. We try our best with it.
Afternoon, yeah. Put up to something, yeah. It is something.
It's almost 3 o'clock, man.
I call in because you think this government is the only rogue inhabitant of these islands? Do you know, Mario, that whatever the name now, one communication or whatever the name, they run new cable line, right?
Wow.
But in order to run the cable line, they have to chop down some trees and whatnot, right?
Okay.
Do you know they leave the trees there on the ground for somebody else to pick up?
No,
This is a multi-million-dollar corporation. They want to treat we. They want to overcharge us for cable and internet, still run cable and well, of course, eminent domain, but then they still want to pollute our property. And when they come, they leaving, they chopping down the trees, the branches because they're running a new cable. I talking from in Frederick said Newton.
I hear you, but again, I mean that goes directly to why we have been for umpteen years pushing for reapportionment. We have no accountability. Now, if we had accountability, you would have had a senator that responsible for that district, a senator that you could call directly and say, will you say it to us now? You said to him. And if you don't do it, you understand, don't come by here one time for your re-election. Because it's we that elect you. But right now, there is no one accountable. There is no senator you could hold accountable for that. There's no senator you could tell, well, like, listen, if this thing ain't clean up by tomorrow, you understand? None of we here voted for you because he could care less. He gets his votes from wherever on the island. He is not dependent. He is not dependent on the votes of that district. He's not dependent on your particular vote. And that's because we have no accountability, no checks and balance.
And they're going to continue to ride me. They're going to continue to do this to us.
That's right. That's right. They live in large. How much time I got to tell you?
Because we elected them.
There you go.
And the only reason they were elected is because we have Duma voters instead of educated voters. They will catch on to white things. That's what's going on these islands. We have obedient voters, not educated voters.
Well, again, if you just reapportion the first branch of government, the legislature, if you just reapportion them and put in the accountability, it will not matter because they will be held accountable. They would have to deal with the district that they're in. That's where they get the votes. And so, but when a district calling them to do something, they have to do it if they intend to get reelected. But as it is here now, man, they could forget about you and they go elsewhere where they got family or friends to get the votes that they need to get reelected. They don't have to study you.
I want to send a message to one communication, whatever the name now, fire, whatever the name now.
All right. Go ahead.
I want to send this communication. You've been in your tongue. You've been in my tongue. You come here, you run new cables. They ain't even put up a pole on. You know what they run the wire at?
No.
A tree.
Well, look
I
at
could
that.
show you. Could you imagine a multi-million-dollar company hanging the cable and a tree?
Because they don't care. And they don't have to care because there's no accountability. Just like what you calling me, complain about it. They know that, and if they hear it, they're laughing. Because there's nothing you can do about it. There's nobody you can hold accountable.
Let somebody for me get up, see who will laugh, they will laugh. Who will laugh.
Well,
Mario, they come, they run a cable to death. They chop up trees, branches, everything.
Yeah.
And they said that they should have picked it up one time.
I hear you. I hear you.
They should have picked it up one time,
I
but
hear
they don't
you.
care.
I hear you.
Because, like you said, they have no accountability.
There you go.
Just like, and I can't call a senator. I can't even call a senator.
No.
Matter of fact, most senator, hey, listen, I hear we need to start running for government. I get here. I get here.
Gustav James. That's what you're talking about?
Gustav James.
Yeah.
My son, listen, I have to push for him because
still,
understand.
but again, however successful Gustav James would be as a governor, if we don't have reapportionment, where every senator is accountable to a district, you still ain't gonna have no accountability. So you think the governor will come down there and pick up the president?
Well, quick this way. I hope in Augusta push for reapportionment and we could assign our 7 senators district
You
and
know,
things
that's
like
if you go have 7 district senators, you must have 7 districts with each senator accountable to one of those 7 districts. The
I'm
Constitution of the
totally
United
agree.
States says so. No more than one senator per district. We got 7 per district, you know. St. Clair's 1 district, but we got 7 district senators in this 1 district. I
I will
got
tell
to
you this.
take my break with so at the top of the hour and again. What
Yeah.
you
I will
think?
tell you this. I will tell you. I agree with you. If we don't really change our mentality, we really ain't got no place in no time.
There it is. And
You know,
they laughing after us. After hearing
they
you know you
laughing
and I
after us.
talking. They laughing because they know we gonna do about it but talk.
I won't call back after you
All
tell
right,
me
good.
later,
Okay,
brother.
good thing. All right. Take it. Lick your cream, beloved, because I'm sure ice cream is just so good for your soul. of it. And yes, it's after 3 o'clock, and at the bottom of the hour, we will be having our crucial history question. But right now, let's go to Akala. Good afternoon. Welcome to
Good afternoon, DJ.
you. Gato, come in, man. We have the room. We have the room for you, man. We have the room for you.
Here traversing my lovely island, looking around and stuff, right?
Yeah,
I've been listening to the show, and truthfully, again, my heart kind of heavy because of where we are now in time,
right.
right?
Yeah,
Um, a lot of things bothering me, and the main one is people's perspective of what's really going on right now, currently.
right.
I don't think people get in it. I don't think people get in it. One thing I learned, right, before any attack is ever made on any nation or any one person, they always put in the, I don't call it the power truth, who I don't call the destabilizer.
Right.
They go in your place, they create havoc, they make it look like you're doing X, Y, Z. I'm speaking mainly now about Africa and Nigeria. How we get in Nigeria? I should go ahead and do that. How we
Again,
get in Nigeria?
uh, I wish I had a a credible answer to give you, my son, but again, all I can tell you is this man has a way, of diverting your attention, in multiple ways,
Correct,
and
correct. See, you know what going on.
you know,
You know what going on. Some people ain't doing a thing, and he ain't got no Christian, nobody inside in there. He wants to look justified, so when he drop whatever he drop on them, he could look justified.
right,
Same nonsense he doing with the drug boats, or so-called drug boats, up to now means still he don't know for drugs.
right,
I know he got dead bodies washing up at people island, missing limbs and things, charred beyond recognition,
right.
because he literally out the Pentagon just blowing these people out of the water. So
right.
how could you know whoever was on those boats?
Obviously, they don't want to know, and so that they using
Uh-huh.
these messages so that when they done the damage, you can't recognize anybody. I mean, just like you point
Correct.
out, you might be a piece of a human being wash up on a beach, but you're not be able to recognize anybody, and they don't want you to, because then you'll be able to
Correct.
prove that this had nothing to do
That
with
they was
drugs.
doing nonsense. That's right. Another thing, I was listening to a talk show this morning, right?
Yeah,
And there was this guy, and when I don't call to young people or tell people a lie or whatever, because people will say what they feel, and that's still right, right? But I was listening to this guy justify the president, justify his actions, and that's the unbeliever, and again, he believes in who you are. That's up to him. But
right,
what I took real notice of was when he spoke about Vice President Harris now, oh, he lets us to know she's crazy and it was silly to even believe her one thing. She believed this and she believed that. And I'm like, I'm missing something here. Because
yeah,
when you match them two with, they don't add. They don't add. And that's why I want to tell these people listening all the time, you have to pay attention to what's going on, what's honestly going on. Not what the media telling you. Pay attention to what's happening,
right.
to what's going on. I hear this man say, if that little guy went to New York, he cut off New York from the United States, saying, I'm no more support from Washington. I'm like, really? Who has the right you to do anything?
But
And
but
if you're
that but
president,
that's something that we're missing out on, which is that yes, these are illegal acts. It's illegal for him to cut off New York. But got to
Almost,
how much illegal things he's been doing just since January when he swelled?
Mario say you paying attention. Almost everything this man and the cabinet doing is considered war crimes.
Sorry.
These people crazy. But guess what? The majority of the people living in America and here, they believe in this man.
I don't know how, but
And
that's
they
what
tell
you
me,
get.
uh, and that's the point. Because we don't do not for ourselves. I believe if you cannot feed your nation or your people or have them with proper healthcare programs and hospitals, law enforcement, at least those three things, you susceptible to anything anybody throws at you. Because just to get by, you're gonna agree with whatever they tell you.
And that's where we at. That's the position we find ourselves in.
Correct, correct. It really sad, you know. And again, I hear people say they look like going to war. It looks. They realize they don't got parts of the air, space, and waters that are already closed up.
Huh?
People can't fly certain place or they can't sail certain place no more. Do they sit down and actually have the self quietly? And guess what, Mario? And I hate to sound this way,
Yeah.
but the minute he drop it, he gonna bomb them, you know. Take it from me. He gonna bomb them, you know.
It
Right now,
definitely
what
looked
they
that way.
doing,
It definitely looked that way to
right
me.
now, what they doing, they got people in there destabilizing the place, trying to make it look like when they do it justified.
Yeah.
He gonna drop any day now, and he do it. But here's the problem I have. Once the first ordinance dropped there, Mr. Mohed, we have read history.
Really?
These places, the Argentina, the cousin Trinidad, so because they say Trinidad is against Argentina. And so Trinidad is with China and Russia. People ain't paying attention. And those are the big outer skirts that sitting back and watching what happening. But guess what? They support Argentina. You hear why this is right?
Yeah, they support Argentina. This.
People, people ain't listening and they ain't following what's going on. This thing is bigger than just America and Argentina. How do you cripple a nation? Mario, if I wanted to make America weak in this portion down here, the first thing they're going to look to do, knock out our fuel. Second thing, they're going after the army where the soldiers are. And the third thing, they're going to knock out the electricity. You're dead in the water once they do that.
Right?
We dead in the water. Number three, ships and planes. Once this thing kick off, they're not going to fly come here. Commercial planes and ships don't sail into no combat zone. None. They won't be allowed to.
I hear
What we
you.
gonna do?
That's
What we gonna do? What
that's just
are we
it.
doing as a people here? What we really doing? And we got people sitting on high, and you ain't hearing none from none of them. That bothers me as well.
Yeah.
That bothers me as well. I listened to this guy this morning. He was talking on the radio, being smarter than he, and we who ain't paying attention. He ain't been to no army, but nobody who ain't smarter than he. I don't claim to be smarter than nobody. I probably one of the dumbest rock you could find on Sinclair.
Let's stop it though.
But the facts aren't mine, nor his. The facts are the facts. We could take it and put label on it all we want. That don't make it yours. And I agree. I'm giving my opinion, but my opinion coupled with facts too. And again, time will tell. I hope for the best. I pray for the best. You got people here hung. And granted, it was a nice gesture to give them half a what they collect in November. And that's good. They get a little money. Okay, they could eat for another week or two, right? Next month is December.
Yep.
What are they going to do?
You know, mister.
What are they going to do? The court tells the minister in Washington he got to release. He decided he going to release partial. He going to give them a little something, but he ain't got access to no money, so he ain't giving them everything. He telling the court where he goes, look, anybody call him and let know.
Right. That's what I said, fam.
Okay.
By the time he's swearing, he been ignoring courts, my son. You guys own laws, he ain't studying the court.
He don't know it was. It's sad, and the sad part of the bother me, we so suffer, and the people are not supposed to be looking out for us or not.
Right.
That's what bothers me. I know what going on. I'm not going to stress over it, but I want people to listen and pay attention. This is some things. For years, you tell them we have to know. We in some serious things. But guess what? We in some serious things now.
Right.
People ain't realizing it. And the right here camp out too. I tell you all the last time. There are a bunch of them here on the island too. And in a matter of weeks, the Virgin Islands will start the coming sea stabilized as well. Trust me. And I know Mr. Mohel.
I trust you.
I have to stand up.
I trust you, and I appreciate you making the effort so that you could share it by the episode, so they can't say they didn't know.
Hopefully,
Thank you.
people listen and do their own looking out at some stuff. All the stuff you know, here in the news and what people think they believe, and I studied this in school back when that was how things was then.
Yeah.
We hear it today.
Right.
I used to work for a lot of these people. I heard my partner Carl a little while ago from 37. That a military guy.
Yeah.
So a lot of years now.
Yeah.
And people will take what we say personally, but they got something we can't disclose. But the little bit we can trust me, we know what we're saying.
Yeah. I know. But I got to leave it there because I was there right there now. Is that well, I got just about 5 minutes to go, and I got somebody holding on before I got to do my crucial history question.
All right, I will say this and then I can. One thing I always got to say, everything in life today is a strategy. A strategy.
I hear you.
A strategy don't have to be truthful. You don't have to contain facts either. That's why you need a strategy. Something that will get people over. Okay? You got short-term ones and you got long-term ones. I got understand.
Stay strong, my son. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
You do the same, my friend.
All right. Lost the car. All right. Well, beloved, yeah, we lost the car that was holding on there. We got another 5 minutes ago before we deal with this mystery question for today. And beloved, I would like very much to say that this history question that we're going to deal with in a little while follows up on last week. Because more than anything else, I am trying to impress on you, my beloved audience, just how long lasting and therefore how impactful chattel enslavement was for our ancestors. We don't seem to appreciate it, And I say that because I had the opportunity recently to look at three so-called textbooks. They call them social studies textbook. One for kindergarten, one for first grade, and one for second grade. Beloved, it wasn't until I was reading the one for second grade, which is the third editorial, I think kindergarten, first grade, second grade. It wasn't until I read in the second grade that they even mentioned slavery. So for kindergarten, first grade, the word slavery don't even exist. Then in the second grade textbook, this is what it's called, social studies textbook for second grade. They define slavery as being when people are forced to work without pay. That's the definition of slavery. Beloved, like we tried to make a point of last week, for the duration of time that this 84 square mile island called St. Croix, for the duration of time that it has been colonized by Europeans, because that's just it. It's one St. Thomas, one St. John, it's St. Croix that saw the colonization by 7 different flags. Spain, Holland, England, France, the Knights of Malta, Denmark, and now the United States of America. These make this 84 square mile island an outstanding, unprecedented historical data point. It don't matter how hard you look, what research you do, where are you going to find an island that has been colonized by 7 different sets of white people? Where will you find that island? Nowhere else but this 84 square mile island called St. Croix. And beloved, I am making my best effort to point out to you that for the duration of time that we have in fact been colonized, beloved, the one odious, horrific, inhumane institution that exceeded all the others was the one called chattel enslavement. And it just so happens, beloved, that our history doesn't speak to chattel enslavement. Like in the States that they talk about critical race theory. President Trump said there's too much history about slavery. Well, if you just check the Virgin Islands, you'll be pleased because we refuse to recognize our history. And in doing so, we refuse to recognize that it was the longest lasting institution during our colonization. But we put up in the day and we will come back to our crucial history question for today. So lick your cream, beloved, because Samsung ice cream is just so good for your soul. back, beloved. And if you are ready, which I think you are, we are ready for you. And as we were saying just before the break, this is basically a follow up on last week where we've been trying very determinedly to impress upon you, beloved audience, how enduring and devastating chattel enslavement has been in our history, and that will to ignore history and thus this prolonged period of chattel enslavement is to ignore how our ancestors were dehumanized. And beloved, that's the equivalent of, he says, keeping somebody fettered and bound and immobile for forever, could barely walk. And then one day you actually give them the opportunity to free up themselves and, hey, move, get about. And you want that individual who has been so stigmatized to be able to compete at the same level with them and those who, well, didn't have to endure chattel enslavement, but were privileged to benefit from well, the production of the enslaved. And so I am prepared to ask you if you are able to, well, tell me just how long this enslavement, chattel enslavement, this is not ordinary thing, it's chattel enslavement, where you dehumanize and you're no longer a human being, but you're a thing, the property of somebody else, just a thing, an object. You're not a person, you're not a human being. That's what chattel enslavement is all about. Well, beloved sir, the question that we pose to you is, if we consider the present colonization by the United States of America, could you tell us how many more years of American colonization would it take to equal the historical period of chattel enslavement that our ancestors endured. How many more years would you have to add to the period of colonization that we've already endured under the United States of America? How many more years would it take to equal the period of our historical chattel enslavement? Please tell me, how many years, how many more years would American colonization have to exist? How many? If you've been following us, especially since last week, it should be a very simple arithmetic. Very simple arithmetic. Good afternoon to you. Tell me, how many more years would America have to spend?
96 years.
And this is that familiar voice again. You make it up for last week? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, I, I, I was wondering, it don't be too modest to say yes. But no, you are a confident man. And I say, I bow to you, because I've always, well, I've told you that many times before, I'm proud of your historical recollection. And you just, I don't know, just your recollection of our indignities is was admirable and it deserves being praised. So, beloved, let me just say, as dignified as I possibly can, is this? No, that wouldn't be fair for me to do that now. Please give me your full name.
Clifford Deland.
The rum raisin man.
That's him. Yes, sir.
I am so proud of you. The boss here just came out of his office here. He's applauding you because, beloved, Clifford Deland makes me stand up and give him the respect because, matter of fact, I made a point of it last week when I was able to say, and I don't think it was, yes, it is probably the only time, that I've been able to say to him, "Will and come again."
Come again, yeah.
I mean, that's not a response that I said to him. Whenever I hear his voice, it's like, okay, here it comes. Here he is, So last week, I got my one opportunity to rub it in a little bit. I said, well, I could finally get to say to you, But beloved, Mr. Clifford Deland, the rum raisin man, has done it, as each and every one of us should be able to do. And that is to recognize that it would take 96 more years listen carefully, 96 more years of the United States colonizing us to be able to equal the period of time that our ancestors endured shackle enslavement. I mean, can you grasp that? Left in the land does, what it is. And all I can say is, you know, thank you for being you. And I am so glad that we have you in our audience. And Mr. Deland, please just get your, well, you know, forward, your rum raisin within the week. And we wish you well and stick with us because I love recognizing your voice. I love recognizing your voice. Mr. Deland, congratulations. Enjoy your rum raisin ice cream.
Thank you again, Mr. Moen. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Yeah? And beloved, so you got it now, good? 96 years. 9-6. As of right now, we have been under the United States of America colonization for 108 years. You get that? 108. That's from 1917 to the present. Been 108 years. And that is, well, just about half the period of time that our ancestors endured chattel enslavement for 204 years. Imagine that now. The first settlers on this island of St. Croix, the first settlers were the Dutch people, the same ones who came up with Fort Louis Augusta, thing. That was 400 years ago in 1625. And out of those 400 years, 204, more than half, saw our people being dehumanized in that odious, atrocious, inhumane system of chattel enslavement. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
What you say, Mario?
Yeah.
I call it because I want to talk about shuttle enslavement. You, that was your question today, right?
Yeah. I listened to you. Go ahead, yeah, man.
I mean, we gonna just associate this enslavement to the Virgin Island alone.
Well, no way, but you gotta remember this beautiful Aisha set up this thing here, and what it was for Crucian history, so that we've been sticking with, is questions about the history of this 84 square mile island we call St. Croix. And as you could see, it's full of history, but we in no way want to imply, that the history that our ancestors enjoyed here wasn't enjoyed anywhere else in the Caribbean by other people. No, man, we're not going to say
I,
that.
I just want to point out that enslavement, like what did you say? Injustice anywhere is justice everywhere. Who
Yes,
said that?
yes. That was Martin Luther King. That's a Martin Luther King, yeah.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, I'm just saying that when you bring up these questions,
Yeah.
they make me wonder. They make us wonder. Some of us wonder, not all of us. But yes, you know what I'm talking people that endure enslavement.
Yeah.
There is no date. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
There is no date, and I don't like the question because I'm telling you, if you was enslaved,
Yeah.
that is when they documented it. But
Yeah.
before that, there was even Wasarara, like you were saying, Wasarara.
When you said before that, no, break that down for me. Before what did I about?
Before they declare indentured slavery, right? Before they declare that a date, it happened 1,000 times, a million times. They abuse our people before they put a date on it.
Well, well, that one day we'll have to, deal with a little more in depth because, uh, the different circumstances in different situations. And let me just take a couple of seconds to break down what I mean. Like,
Second time, Mario.
all right.
I'm not a guy. And I need to try to pretend
No,
like
all right. Let me explain. All right, let me explain what I'm trying to say. What makes our situation stand out is that the Dutch had approached with the invasion of Ndongo from the east. The Portuguese were invading from the west. They came by ship and going from the shore, and they were invading, going, trying really to put Queen Nzinga, in a vice. Why I'm saying all of this is because these first people now, and the name was Jan Snook, and oh Lord, what's the other name? The two Dutchmen, these Dutchmen that had settled here in Korea, they literally started from the Dutch Parliament back in England to get some uh, prisoners of war. So that the first group that came here to St. Croix in 1644 was as a result of that order, and they were prisoners of war. Prisoners of war that had now, had to go through the seasoning to make them shackle enslaved people, take away their humanity, to make them objects, things, property belonging to people as opposed to being human beings. And so that, as they were warriors fighting on the battlefield that got captured, and it's as prisoners of war that they were brought here. And that's the point that I want to make, that again, before they were captured, because, why I mean, just the same way Ghana Singer had captured Dutch, had Dutch prisoners. No, no, not volunteer. No, 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 no. This is war. The war we're talking about. And all I'm saying to you is that, uh, these particular people, the first one, were prisoners of war. So that you can't say that beforehand they were suffering, because beforehand they were at war, they were fighting. They were fighting the Dutch. You following me at all?
No, I ain't following you because I'm tell you, I was captured too.
But
In
when,
war. I served in Iraq.
Yeah.
And after I think about my service, I was captured. That's all I'm telling you. We are brainwashed into a lot of these stuff. What do you think that my Trump is so good?
But wait a minute, you making it seem as if I am arguing with you there. And all I'm trying to tell you is that in this particular instance, Mr. Benjo, in this particular instance, those folks that came here to St. Croix, they were actually prisoners of war that were brought here, not, people that were, captured, kidnapped, brought, or something like that. They were in a war. And that's all that the only point that I'm trying to make. That's all.
Brainwash is captured, right? Would you agree with me?
No.
Okay.
Because what they call it, you don't have to be brainwashed to get captured. You could find yourself in an ambush. You could find yourself trapped. You're on the war in the battlefield from one day to the next. You can't be sure of what you're going to expect to happen.
Once you, what's the word I'm looking for? Once you, like the Republicans and the Democrats, once you throw an oath to a party, you are captured.
No, man, that's this. I totally disagree, man. When you put in warriors, you compare no, but
they're not captured.
Well, they more than likely yes, but that's why I am disagreeing. Because I'm disagreeing when you compare them with warriors who are on the battlefield warring against these Dutch. And you say you compare them with, politicians who actually brainwashed by Trump. I'm saying, no, and that's why I keep saying, these particular people, I ain't talking about no others. I'm talking about these from 1644 in St. Croix. Even they were prisoners of war that were fighting the Dutch in the Dongo. That's why I'm making this point.
Okay, you going to 16, we're going 2025, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think our politicians are captured our democratic?
Yes, I agree with that, but that's why I said that's why I can't make the comparison with these who were at war in 1644. But I agree with you about the brainwashing.
That's a long time ago. We need to abandon.
Need to abandon
We
what?
need to abandon that because what's going on today on these islands with this government, with these senators,
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with back then. Our governor and our republic and our democratic senate, the majority, including the congresswoman, they have this what you call it, republican mentality. Mario, you know that.
But I just can't get the comparison you make with them and those who were, prisoners of war back in the 17th century. I say, well, well, why don't we just stick with these here in 2025 that have been brainwashed and whatnot? Because I don't buy that comparison to in the 17th century one back in 1644. The comparison is what I am pushing back against.
So you're telling me there is no comparison?
No, Lord. I am saying to you, that I will not agree with comparing politicians who are brainwashed with warriors who are on the battlefield fighting for their life. Two very different things is what I am saying. That's all.
Okay, so we gonna talk about soldiers, or we gonna talk about, because remember soldier, no? A soldier um duty is to respect the commander's intent. You understand me? So are we talking about a soldier's intent, or are we talking about a leader's intent?
I am simply trying to say over and over, that I understand and agree with you with the brainwashing of them and those who are basically kissing the butt of Trump and do whatever you want and so forth, so on. What I am pushing back with is how you are misunderstanding what took place in the 17th century in Indongo. Because have you probably heard of the Belgian Congo? This is what preceded the Belgian Congo. This is where people go losing their hand, they get hand cut off because they ain't meet the quota of cut down number over tree. And this is all that I'm trying to say to you is that, hey, yes, I agree with what you're saying. That is when you mischaracterize what is happening, back in the 17th century in Ndongo. That's all. That's why I have pushed back against.
What I'm saying to you is that we don't need to be continue dating those days.
Well, you do. Well, then leave them alone. You're the one bring them up, not me. Because you call and say you want to do that, and all I'm saying that pushing back against that one thing. And now you're telling me, well, let's leave it alone. I said, well, I'm more than ready to leave it alone.
Leave it alone. I'm telling you, let's stop dating that and date what's ahead of us.
Well,
let me date.
But again, I ain't did nothing. Oh, wait a man. You the one bring this thing up. You the one trying to date at me. You also all of this and thing. And now you telling me, let's not do that. I said, well, anything me bring to you. I ready to leave it alone.
Mario, I just pointed out to you the facts and you pointed out to me the facts. All I'm telling you is that let me leave that alone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we good? We good.
Let me date the future.
That's not a problem with me. I with you there. I am there with you.
Mario, you will not tell your audience that we have uneducated voters.
Why wouldn't I
voting Democrat?
But they don't have to be uneducated to be brainwashed.
Explain that to me.
Well, you
don't have to be educated to be brainwashed.
All right. Some of our politicians here, from since 1970 when we've been electing our governors, have been very highly.
I couldn't vote them.
All right, but fine. I'm just trying to answer you. I'm just saying that from there, that's over 50 years ago, that some of them were very highly educated. Not just educated, very highly educated. And they were brainwashed to be, just kissing butt with Washington. So there you go, very highly educated and still very brainwashed. You disagree with that?
I still don't get a story, but
what story? Oh, what story? You asked me if you could be brainwashed and be still educated, and I tell you yes.
I mean, these 70 people almost absolutely.
But 70,
we talking about what we gonna do today.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But I got to take the break. You want to go put me on hold or something? I gotta take the break.
No disagreement between us or not.
No, I don't see no disagreement either. But again, we're gonna talk, man. We're gonna talk.
know when we gonna do better. When are we gonna do better? Because are we gonna do complain on the radio?
Well, I was trying to give you things like reapportionment so that we could have accountability, we could have checks and balances. I just give you hope for the future.
If you talk for reapportionment, how we gonna get people to consider that?
All right, good. But we put up with it right there. Got to take the break. And the feds they gonna let us know
Thank
that
you. Thank
we
you.
do. All right. Lick your cream, beloved, because Amsterdam ice cream is just so good for your soul. Of it. And yes, it is the last lap. And well, like every Tuesday afternoon, we are having enlightening information. Let's get some more. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario.
Hey, thank you for your patience, big buddy. Yeah, but you get,
Much time. Huh?
I say, you get win out this day today.
Yeah, I think
I, I'm pretty sure you are with it.
yeah, I think right there, but his line kept pick up before mine. That's all. I
Right,
think
right,
there with you.
right.
Well, Mr. Pedro, this to you, man, is a good man, but I don't see this show as a history
Yeah.
And I the person who, from morning, from the time I was child, I love history. You
Yeah,
understand?
yeah, that's a good thing.
I learn a lot of things that I didn't know.
Right.
And that's what I like to do.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Bezos was insinuating that you must leave 65 before and try to talk for 2025.
Yeah.
But Mario, certain things that happening in 2025, we can't do a thing about it, Mario.
That's right.
I come to that conclusion. We as a people in the Virgin Islands, because our political status, we can't do nothing about it.
Right.
Serious. It's hard to say that, but
We are a colonial people.
Yes.
You know, and the point is that we have had no leadership that I know of, you know, that push back against us being colonized. We accepted we accept being colonized, and we say it's sort of like, hey, well, at least we're colonized by the best. The greatest, most powerful, richest country in the world is what colonized us. So that makes us, you know, the baddest colonials or something. I don't know this one, but we accept our colonization. We accept it.
Just like how there's supposed to that military people in the camp were heads used to have, right?
Yeah.
I went to see nothing, but that's the talk.
Yeah.
We can't tell them don't bring nobody near them people here.
Right.
We can't tell them that none of our government officials can tell them that. And the same thing like when that boat come down in Frederickstead the other day, when it was, I think Thursday.
Yeah.
We can't tell them don't bring them here. But Antigua go to.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and Antigua tell them that they want nothing to do with that kind of thing in their place because they got a little semblance of sovereignty over their place. But we don't have that.
We don't, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have that. So they can't kick up and our government are talking about now. Can't kick up and say, well, don't do this or don't do that. Because we don't own ourselves. Serious.
And what I did, the exclamation point I put into your remark is that we are accepting of it. We ain't pushing back against that. We accept it.
We go listen, our government just got to take what and a strong kiwi. You understand?
Right.
Because we apply the brand.
Yeah.
Serious, we apply the brand.
That's right.
Yeah, man. So even though Donald Trump do this, do that, we never vote for that man there yet for opposition. We never do that. We don't vote for them.
Right.
You understand? So these people, we are attacking about the people, the regular people in the society. They want these people to do things, attacking about the governmental officials now, to do things where they're gonna pop you over. That's what I see. You understand?
Yeah.
They're gonna pop you over that kind of thing, Mario.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that they come up against with this constitutional convention, like the fifth convention. There's 9 different things. They say that the federal government has said that hey, you need to check these out and we like come again.
Yeah, they said that we got to clean up our constitution. You ever hear more?
Well, that's just it, because as you pointed out, we don't have that power, we don't have that sovereignty.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of sovereignty. Yes.
Yeah. But anyhow,
because it looks like it's on that little wild down in the southern region.
Yes. And it might have an impact, and that's what let's keep hope alive, Mr. Sam, that they don't, but I see. Yeah. Stay strong, man. We talk.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome again. Welcome. All right.
I people call kind of engage you. Last call, I understand it, right? But my thing is, right? And them other islands and stuff, aren't they fighting against the own right now? Like, aren't they standing up against the own? So, who are we afraid of? Our own? What's his name in the book in 1965? The Equality School March of Christian Justice. First thing on that, the book was called The Last Stage of Imperialism, which is your colonialism. So, in this age, I can understand we are a colony, right? But we are not, we want to kind of basic. So what I'm saying is like the last fight, the last stage is us against us. And I think that's what people are afraid of. Because to be honest, Baba, I advocate things and want me away from nothing, but I was a man and I tell myself I get involved, I kind of like having a dream. And I said, let's not come and come to the same spot like that. The same thing will happen, Baba. And what I'm saying is that we are, what we freed our skin, our blood, because it says that here is what is going to be back. In the Trump ain't none of that. None of that. So I want to see by ready for liberation. But we understand what liberation is. I think we don't because our in the back of like kind of like Iraq around the trade spot. In them down islands in them same country, those people are fighting each other because one side wants the death and the next side is sellouts. You understand? And it's not terrible that it's terrible that it's our own skin.
I hear you.
But so getting that, from making that move, and then we get back and we say, oh, colonize our own.
All right.
Right? So what I'm saying is I got the board of section. I show my hand and I tried my best. I went to when I went to I spoke to people, I tried my best. You know what? So when I tried to speak to people and I told them, I said, well, I got into the Democrat Party. I just want to get no one about me going to wherever. It's just a title. But we have the wrong strategically come to get people in these positions, but I guess it really wrong. So I take it, I feel like I guess everybody would need to go to the last stages of the imperialism, which is your colonialism,
All right,
which is
bro.
acting against us.
Thank you for that.
So, you're welcome. Have a good day.
All right, brother. All right. Good afternoon.
Mario,
Hi there.
let me ask you, I will never insult your intelligence.
But
But let me ask you,
yeah.
I know you know there is a difference between accepting and tolerating. Right or wrong?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, that's all I got to tell you. Thank you very much.
You had to scratch the itch. Sometimes you got that itch that you just have to scratch it beside that. So it's a bit you have to make sure you scratch the itch so you can back to scratchy itch. Not a problem, but well, we are down to our last 10 minutes, beloved, and I like to tell you is, hey, this is the last lap. This is your chance now. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The U.S. was a colony too. 13 colonies, a colony of the most powerful country at the time, Britain.
Absolutely.
But they said that they had enough and wanted their independence and
True.
fought for it
That's
and
correct.
won it.
That's correct.
But we don't even want to educate ourselves to be able to handle our business, much more to stay within care of our own business,
That's right.
you know, and we were in fact in the same kind of situation. And it's not even that the same situation because the U.S. seems to don't care that much anymore of whether we are part of them or not. So it isn't like it's not like we're pouring money into their coffers like the kind of American colonies were doing with England, and that's why England didn't want to give them up because they were quite profitable. We are costly.
Yeah.
The most they get is some sort of a play base to reload their ship. But as we can see, they didn't
Well, I
really
could
give
tell
us
you,
that
I
much.
mean,
Yeah,
it doesn't amount to much, but they benefit from it and they look forward to it. Uh, and this has been going on for many decades now, many decades. Uh, the flights
but as you see, they
between,
have other places in the Caribbean, like Trinidad, that they
all right,
can do the same.
uh, well, let me say this, and then you might want to rephrase that. But Peru, uh, Colombia, uh, well, let's just stick with Peru and Colombia. For decades, you know, they have been uh, major players in the cocaine industry. Cocaine. Now, there have been what the media refers to as cartels, insurgencies in Peru and Colombia. And little is, said about it, but I could assure you that Americans were involved in some of these insurgencies, and regime change, et cetera, in these. Uh, I'm still pointed out in Colombia and Peru for sure. Now, how does the Virgin Islands play in that? This is what I'm saying, and it's just a little thing. Matter of fact, remember, add up to more than a blink on a radar screen, but nonetheless, it's there. Uh, the crews for these major flights that terminate between the U.S. mainland and uh, the South American mainland. Would you believe the major stopping point, refueling point, you might call it that, is St. Croix?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. Well, for
Because I
fuel,
mean, the
for
trucks that
the
is
for
going
fuel,
to the
and I mean
airport
for
where they want.
fuel for the aircraft and fuel for the personnel. They look forward to getting liquor and cigarettes. Not with the tobacco is not so high now, but I can tell you because hey, I was there throughout the 70s and 80s, and yes, you know, and they would give you things and say, well, listen, I expect to be back here, uh, and they call a date, let's just say, next Thursday will be coming through. You think you could get me, uh, uh, what they call it, a sapphire, unique or something, some particular, liqueur, liquor that might cost over $100 for them in the States. You could get it, you could have gotten it here for maybe $20, and this is the kind of thing that was major to the personnel, while the fuel was major to the aircraft themselves, especially, when the refineries were operating. But again, like I said, it's a major thing. But those crews look forward to it. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but that's not taking place now, though. I
Well,
believe
I
that.
can't
Yeah,
speak. I can't speak to it. I would probably want to agree with you on it, but I just wouldn't want to. say because I have not been there since from one from 20, well, for a little more than 20 years now. I have not been in the ins and
Yeah.
outs of the airport. But
Well, I
for
think
a good
back at that time that we were more important to them for a number of reasons. One, the Navy base in Puerto Rico. And then, they would have ships docketed in St. Thomas and that sort of thing. But I
uh,
think since that has gone down, I think our importance has waned. It's not we're not as important anymore. And so it's not like
uh,
again like the importance of the colonies to England.
oh no no no
We're
oh no
nowhere
no no
close to
please
that.
please no. I'm not trying to make any comparison there. No. That's why I say we no more than a blip on a radar screen. But I just pointed
Yeah,
out that but then that was there.
yeah, 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 definitely. I think that back then, the importance of the Virgin Islands was greater to the U.S. and they probably wouldn't want us to be independent. But now I'm not sure if they care too much one way or the other. We have some importance,
Yeah,
but then we also come with a cost too. So I'm not sure which one
yeah,
outweighs which. But at the same,
yeah.
but as I said, it's still nowhere close to what
No,
the
I
U.S.
am I'm in
government should
total
how the
agreement
U.S.
with you. I'm in total agreement with you. I just wanted to take the opportunity to, you know, uh, to put that little detail in there because well, I experienced it, and
Yeah. But
for many many
the
years.
reason is that we don't want to grow up. We don't want to do what we need to do to be adults. We want to be children. We
Well,
want to be on our parents' home, so we don't have to take on responsibility. And that's the way you can see it. I mean, just look at what's happening in education. This is what's happening in our schools is not people trying to take care of their business.
you're right. You're
Because
right.
then if they were, they would be trying to educate their children. Any place that is trying to grow and to stand on their own knows they need people to do that. They
Yep.
need people with ability
Yeah,
and skills and knowledge.
you're absolutely
And
right.
so they educate their young to be able, and we are not really trying. We can't honestly say, looking at what goes on, we can't honestly say that we as a people are trying to grow,
Yep.
trying to educate our young to be able to have the skills, abilities, and knowledge that are necessary for a place to be able to survive on their own. We're really not trying. And,
Right.
and, and, and so this tells that this is for the majority of the people here, this is not a goal. This is not something that they seem to want to do.
Uh,
We rather be taken care of by the U.S. We have a problem. So, I mean, look at the latest thing with Whopper. We have a senator wanted the federal government to take over our power plant. I
uh,
mean, in the modern day, what is the most basic thing a society needs besides a modern power plant? In this modern day where everything is electric and electronic and computer driven, you have to have, if you're born in a society, the very first thing you have to have is reliable power.
reliable, affordable power.
And, pardon?
Reliable, affordable power.
Exactly. And so, and we are okay with not being able to do this for ourselves
Uh,
and are okay with asking another place to do it for us. That, and this is something basic. This is, if rural America, you know, first thing you need.
Absolutely.
And we are playing around with it. We're not trying. We're not trying to educate our children. We're not trying to encourage our children in school to take the subject that they will be able to contribute to the development of our power plants.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we're really not trying. We're not, I can't say I have heard any political leader, any leader saying to our young, we need you to study the kind of things that go into power plants.
that's where we got to end today's program, where I get the last word of saying, that's the why, that's the reason why I always say to the intellect that you possess, get down out of the bleachers. But it's done. We're over, and we'll talk next week.
Right.
Lick your cream, beloved, because I'm some ice cream is just so good for your soul. But just please, 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 don't forget that it don't matter how big the basket. One, you could pull up that basket just as long as you do it. Get down.